Alrighty, we are live. Welcome, welcome, everyone. I'm here playing some Torchlight Infinite with Maxwell's very own Macro Bio Boy. He's completely new to the game, so we're going to be hanging out, chilling, and trying stuff. Kind of late for a stream, yes, but this is when the game came out, so this is when we start. We start when the game starts. Yes, it is TLI League Lunch. I'm playing Rosa, the new character. She's a knight. She does stuff. The moment she does Earthquake, but she's going to do more stuff later. Oh, I took some damage. I have to heal. So one thing that's a little bit different, which as a completely new player, you won't really have experienced. Before you had to go through a short tutorial, and now you're just dumped right into the gameplay, which personally I prefer.
Perfect. Alrighty. So we got our boy 10 here, the absolute legend. He's going to be teaching me every single thing I need to know about Torchlight Infinite.
At least, hopefully, there are some things I don't know, but I'll try my best.
Well, so, and, you know, a little behind the curtains here. I said basically I wanted to be obstinately wrong as often as possible. So luckily I'm not going to be bugging you too often.
True. Yes, Jason.
All right, so if I know you literally just explained it to me, but if I wanted to have a lot of fun tonight, should I be playing Big Man, Shooty Mr. Tryhard, or what's her name from Borderlands here?
Depends. Are you feeling magic, or are you feeling melee, or are you feeling bows and guns or minions?
That's a very good question.
So to go through it quickly, Berserker Rahan, he is the melee guy. He hits things at close range, preferably in the face. Carino, he's all about ranged stuff. His early game is a little bit clunkier, but once you get past that, he's really good. Then you have Gemma. She's the Borderlands-looking character. She is the best early game spellcaster. Though the other free-to-play spellcaster is Yoga. He's kind of a Monkey King trickster. He gets a clone. A little awkward early, gets much, much better after a few levels. And Moto is if you want to play minion builds.
So Yoga is also free to play?
Yes.
And who was the last one?
Moto. He is for minion builds.
Ah, yeah. Generic dwarf man. Gotcha.
Yes. Generic dwarf man who has an unhealthy enjoyment of dynamite sometimes.
Ah, man. That's a dwarf man.
Yeah, so he has a second hero trait, Charge Calling, where he makes all of his minions just explode.
I do like that. Monkey Man has a little bit too much ego for me. Carino looks like his dad didn't hug him enough.
His dad definitely didn't hug him enough. Also, his wife died, and he's real sad over it.
Oh, of course. He's wearing purple and has 2 guns. Of course his wife died in a tragic backstory.
Yup.
Okay, how about this one? Who is the least like the Necromancer in Diablo 4?
Either Rahan or Gemma. Both are pretty non-necromancery, and Icefire Fusion is the Gemma that does not use minions. Rahan is all about getting up in someone's face. He's a little like Barb, but he's more Barb crossed with a couple of Druid skills.
Okay. We're going to go with Gemma. I literally was just playing my back before this game even existed, level 18 Gemma, and she was very bad. So hopefully we can do better this time.
Yep. I forget what skill Milky uses. There's two really easy leveling paths. One is to go Flame Slash, which is a melee version. And the other is to go with Icy Ring, which is a spellcaster version.
Oh, but see, that's what I was doing on that character, and it was very bad. I must have done something wrong.
Did you click all the things that say Spell Burst?
I think when I was playing it, it wasn't in English. So maybe.
Because the only thing you can do wrong at low levels as a spellcaster is not click Spell Burst. It's a mechanic.
Now,
oh, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So it has solo self-found as an option. I thought this game was only solo.
It is only solo, but you can trade with other players. So solo self-found unlocks that.
All right, we're going to go with solo self-found because that just sounds cooler.
Yep, I would say Gemma's a pretty good character for that. Erica might have been a little rougher on solo self-found.
All right, we're jumping in. Let's go.
Oh, playing PoE with a brand new player is cool. I'm kind of doing the exact same thing right now, but with Torchlight. Where I'm teaching a brand new player of a game. But for now, I'm also going to fix a keybind here. Right, I'm playing a Demolisher skill, so I do all the damage when I have a Big Bonk, which is the blue circle at the bottom, and then none of the damage when I don't have Big Bonk. So I need to do Big Bonk, and Big Bonk kills everything. Oh, I said that I'm teaching a new player a game right now, and it's really fun.
Okay, so I am in the tutorial, it looks like. And there is just... like the vague concept is that like there are people with amber in them, and then you have like pro companions or something.
Yes. Okay, so are you in the town or are you in a separate tutorial zone?
I'm in the something just crashed, and Arya the crow is explaining to me that we gotta get back to the town. Yeah.
Okay. So the old tutorial was a separate zone entirely. They've now just merged it into the intro to the town.
Okay. You walk up to this crow named Gavin, and he's like, "No, the person I was with is dead." And what the new voiceover line says is, "Gavin, you got to get up and keep moving," which is a very reasonable thing to say. The the splash art sure says, "Gavin, you got to cheer up. She wouldn't want to see you like this." And I'm like, "Excuse me?"
Oh no.
You just got to cheer up, bud. You're just, just kind of hit the gym, really start working on yourself, and you'll get out of this depression, bud. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Someone should tell Carino that.
Yeah, it's just like, homie, yeah, just tragic backstory. Don't worry about that. Why are you worrying?
I mean, I think we've just solved tragic backstories forever.
Just cheer up. Like, stop being sad and instead get glad.
You know, we need a gladiator for that to happen, though. I could see Rahan's third trait being a gladiator, because the first one is Berserker, and then the second one is this like spirit warrior archetype, and the third one could easily be a gladiator. Hey, welcome on in. How's it going?
When it says plus damage, is this additive to some global multiplier, or is this like
That is
what does it mean?
okay. So if it just says plus damage on the weapon, that adds to the weapon's base damage, which is then used to scale your attacks. Now, if it says like adds 50 to 64 damage to spells, that adds flat damage to your spells. If it says 5% increased damage, that is a big old pool. Anything that's a separate multiplier has the word additional on it.
What about from your talents?
Those are big old pool unless they say additional. So you might see something like additional damage if you haven't used a fire skill recently on a talent. And that would be a separate multiplier that has a conditional effect.
Okay, and like you said, because I'm using spells, I actually don't care about weapon damage, right?
Correct.
So do I instead just go for modifiers on the item or attack speed?
Modifiers on the item. Attack speed is also a good way to do it later, but that's just to get more movement speed from a melee attack skill. For the damage of the spells themselves, attack speed does not apply either. You need cast speed.
Okay.
Basically, we're using PoE rules.
And there's no native dash. It's like a skill, right?
Yes.
Okay. Last basic question. A weapon says critical strike rating. Can my spells crit?
Your spells can crit. They use spell critical strike rating and global critical strike rating, but not gear critical strike rating.
Oh, interesting. Is there gear spell critical strike rating?
No. Though there is a talent called Mind Blade, which applies the damage and crit from your weapon to your spells, in which case, yes. But otherwise, the gear critical strike is attacks only. Oh, they made the town nice and festive for the holiday.
Okay. One more thing. Animations. Are there breakpoints, or does attack speed just like fully scale? Like, do I actually need 50 spell attack speed to move faster? Or
there are technically breakpoints, but at this level, I wouldn't worry about it. But breakpoints are more set by the game's tick rate, which I believe is 30 ticks a second. So 30 attacks per second is the cap.
Okay, interesting.
These are just regular Torchlight launch hours.
So you can get animations down to 1 tick?
Yes.
Length?
Yep. And I mean, there might be some weird interactions with like your frame rate and all that in between, but in general, I would say you don't worry about it except at the 30 APS cap rate. Oh, thank you very much for the Prime Devil. I'm glad you are enjoying the, I would say late night, but I think it qualifies as early morning for you at that point stream for some Torchlight content. Trying the new season, playing at launch, playing a new character. She's pretty good so far. Ooh, ooh. Almost dying to stuff because I have no defenses at all, and those purple balls look like they do damage.
So this character, Liv, the leader of Torchlight, is just a redemption paladin, as far as I can tell.
Probably, yes. You don't get to see too many of her abilities.
I'm just checking out her like sick tier 2 armor set here.
Oh, that's totally fair, yeah. She does look really good. Rosa is the game's first official paladin character. Or at least playable character.
Does Torchlight have a significant endgame? My chat would like to know.
Yes. They have a mapping system that is very similar to Path of Exile. And the farther you go, the more valuable the rewards and the greater the danger. So when you start the endgame, it's called the Netherrealm. You begin at time mark 1. As you progress, you go all the way up to time mark 8, and then there's some special extra difficulty beyond that, which is 8, 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is extremely challenging. Then there are also pinnacle bosses in the Great Void and an arena mode called Path of a Brave.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I wonder how... Oh, I like bonking the dragon.
Oh, so I have a bunch of skills already I could pick from?
Yes, as you level up, you unlock them. There's a pretty generous selection of starting skills.
Oh, but I need to be higher level to put them on my bar. Okay.
No, you have to equip them. It's K. They require energy, and if you have enough energy, you can link the skill to supports that enhance its effects.
Ooh.
That is the skill customization system.
Got you. What's energy?
Energy is a resource used to allocate skills. You get it on gear at later levels. For now, your only source is leveling up, so it'll be very limited.
Got you. Okie dokie.
You know, I'm not sure if I should say I'm sorry or you're welcome there, Devil, because I've been struggling with literally the same problem. I think I finally found another build to play, but I was like, I'll play this for a week and then swap off. And then I played it for another week, but as Caustic Arrow. And so, yeah. I don't know. I'm sorry, and also you're welcome. It's a fun build. I've enjoyed it a lot. I'm glad to see that other people are enjoying it as well. Yeah, there's something about Pathfinder that just feels really, really good. Okay, so this is a 3-bop guy. Oh, never mind. He's a 4-bop guy. It's funny you mentioned that, Jason. That is what I'm trying next. I'm going to try Penance Brand. We'll see how it goes. I'm hopeful. I have about 2/3 of a year. I mostly just need better charms. Something else that makes leveling in Torchlight pretty easy is you can respec at any time. So if you just say, you know what, I'm bored of being a spellcaster, then just swap off spellcaster. As long as you have a decent weapon, you can go tax.
Oh, I like that.
Yep. You stop.
Does a lot of gear translate?
At low levels, yes. At high levels, no. At high levels, there are points required to respec, but at that point, it's not as big of a deal because you can farm them pretty easily.
I was reading in the guide, it was like at level 80 is when you can't just free respec?
Yes.
Am I a lunatic for taking my potions off my skill bar right now at low level just to be able to put a dash on for better mobility, or?
I mean, you're not on hardcore, so see how it feels. That kind of comes down to your comfort level dodging stuff. I'd say it's probably going to go badly. Huh. Well, in the guide, Milky says to use armor, but I'm definitely not doing that. I'm definitely clicking block instead. We don't need life and armor. We'll just not take damage. This is probably a bad idea. I don't even have block ratio stuff yet. Oh, I forgot to click the thing. There we go. Ooh. Mossy stone hammer. I mean, Penance Brand explodes. Have you considered Penance Brand? I don't know if Penance Brand is actually good, though. I haven't played it yet. Okay. This will hurt my ability to one-shot them, but I think that's okay. Also, I have a lot of murderous intent. Oh, I don't charge, right? So I haven't tried it yet, but my theory on the clear is to use the Penance Brand of, I think it's Electrification, and just use it as a skill swap. Your damage goes way down, but I think if you do all the damage and you have that, you still do basically all the damage, so it's fine. Oh yeah, I should set this up. Oh no, 1-8. But if I stop trying to murder people, they'll start to murder me. And I like living. It is very satisfying to just drop the ground shakers. Pure Cyclone. That's an ambitious choice, Devil. I will say that. I could see Cyclone Shockwave being really good. I could see Cyclone Rage Vortex being usable with Rage Vortex of Rage or whatever, or Berserking. But I don't know about Pure Cyclone. That seems like a questionable choice to me. Okay. Let's see. What am I supposed to be using skill-wise? Let's see. Bull's Rage. Oh, right. I can change to Spiral Strike. I do have a Spiral Strike compatible weapon. And Harden seems nice. Something else in terms of experimentation is skills are all free at the shop. So if you want to try one, even though it technically says the word buy, you can just grab it and it doesn't cost you anything. Oh, it says get, actually. They changed that. It used to say buy.
Yeah, it was like, here's the shop. And I was like, shopping in what? I'm like literally looking at my skills right now because I can finally put a third one on. And I'm like, what do you mean? What does shop mean in this context?
Yep, in this context, it means free. They did a really good job of a visual transition for going into the dream/nightmare.
Oh no. So I'm like looking through the skills. I'm like, oh, these ones seem good. And I'm putting them together and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna kind of wait until I have like a nice like frost spell, and then I'll put that as like the multicast frost spell, and I'm recreating the exact same skill bar I was just using a second ago.
That does happen sometimes. But yeah, another difference for you coming from Diablo. In Torchlight, it's more like Path of Exile, where most builds are about making one skill really, really, really good, as opposed to using a bunch of different ones together. Or at least in terms of damaging skills. I wonder, does Gold Bubble give me...
So is it, what, how many do I have? I have 5 here. Is it I have 4 utility skills and 1 damage skill as opposed to like 2 damage skills that do 2 different things?
For the most part, yes. You do 1 damage skill and then 4 utility. Ooh. I don't know if spell block's better or not. That's a lot of armor. So I'm going to go with the armor. Ooh. I need a little more block ratio here. You know, my damage intake's much lower now. Even having a little block seems pretty darn good. Okay, there we go. Now I can do this. Yes, yes, skip. Put on... I'm a tank character, so I put on the tank thing. But realistically, I just want extra resistances. There we go. Yes, yes. Spiral Strike spamming early is very nice now.
Hey, I'm sorry. Instead of using the word pull, they use reversed knockback.
Yes.
It's a pull, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's that
All right.
the mechanic is knockback, so knockback distance scales it. And so they did knockback
Gotcha.
with reversed direction.
Gotcha. I feel like there's a way to simplify that, but I'm not going to yuck anybody's yum. I get it though. Minimize keywords.
Yep.
They keep referencing euphoria though. What is euphoria?
So that's one of the ones that could actually be simplified. It means a buff.
So this says a stack of euphoria plus 1.2 spell damage, or is it this skill's euphoria buff is spell damage?
The word euphoria is being used in place of buff.
Okay. So if I were to simplify, for every one stack, gain 1.2 additional spell damage, I could literally take out euphoria in its entirety.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay.
You know, having flat damage on the tree at this level is kind of unethical. I don't know who allowed this, but it's not okay. Wait, does my weapon have... Okay, my weapon does have cold damage, so I need a different weapon.
Okay, so there's like a potion and then there's a try-hard potion. There's like potion and then source.
Oh, kind of. The difference there is that potions recharge over time, source recharges over kills.
Okay.
So source is much worse for bossing, but heals you for more. Potion is much better for bossing because it recharges on bosses, but heals you for less.
Can I trust tooltips?
Sometimes.
Like frostbite rating. There are two basic ways to inflict frostbite. When you deal cold damage to a frostbite target, two will be like, are the numbers in this tooltip accurate when it's just describing like a keyword that's underlined?
For keywords, yes, you can trust them.
Okay.
For skills, it depends. For example, any dot skill, it basically just gives up and ailments are even worse.
Okay, sure. I like how part of the ARPG space is just like, how much can I trust what I'm reading? And you're like, 50%. It's like, okay, cool, good. Then I know what I'm working with.
Yeah, it's just tooltips sometimes just don't do what they say.
Forget like adding new content and like wrangling in MXT and all that. Let's make a social movement to make tooltips tell the truth.
I would be so down. I don't know how much block I have, but I feel like I have a lot. Also, hi, Dread. How's it going? And just chilling and playing some games. Doing some bonks. Ideally big bonks, which luckily, because of the talent changes, oh man, I have the biggest bonks. I've never had this much damage at this level before. It doesn't show up in my tooltip for whatever reason. I don't quite know why. Maybe it's because my attack speed's real low. Either way, I have a big bonks. I'm happy. Oh, challenge for latest hero trial. Right. I get my trait. Let's go. Yes, we are gaming. Oh my god, that... Okay. There we go. So, holy elimination after blocking the next 3 skills. Yeah, I just do 40% more damage now. So that's cool. I wonder, can I do the next... There's no way I should be able to do a level 30 thing right now. Wait, is this actually 30? This cannot be 30. That had to have just been a skill point reward. Okay, it was just a skill point. That makes more sense. Let's see if I can do a... This is the 31. Okay, no. This is the one that I cannot do. Because, yeah, he hits too hard and I do no damage. Cool. I'm overpowered, but I'm not killing level 30 enemies overpowered yet. Oh, one important tip that you'll be coming up on soonish. When you get your first hero trait, you have to go into the hero trait menu with H and allocate it. Otherwise, you won't benefit from it.
What level is that?
That is around level 12.
How long is it gameplay-wise to max level?
Max level, I don't really know. Functional, like, can play, endgame, do content, etc. Like 8-ish hours if you're fast, and like 12-ish if you're slow. And at that point, it's much more about gear than level. I've never actually gotten to max level in Torchlight.
Oh, interesting. Is it more like D2 where like you just don't need to?
Correct. You don't need to. All it gives is a couple skill points and it gets exponentially harder. Something tells me this means when you kill enemies. Is it a bad idea to do this? I don't know. Having eternity effects sound cool. I like it. Oh yeah. New weapon? That's a lot more damage because old weapon had bad stuff on it. I guess I lose block, but that's okay. And now I go back to Spiral Strike, which makes me happy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the big change, you spend less points now overall, but the points you spend are much more impactful. Or, not you spend less points, but you spend points on less nodes, is what I meant. Okay, lightning res cast speed, that's whatever.
Is this on mobile?
Yes.
Is it launched on any other consoles?
No. They said they would like to bring it to console in the future, but don't have a time frame for that. Of us minion life. Whoops. I will replace fire damage because it doesn't do anything anymore. Yes, Charge Moto works very well as a league starter. Because I want to clipcast. No problem. I just realized I have to fix something because people are going to be curious about my build and the pinned message disappeared. So let's do this again and pin it again. Yes. Manually pin, unpin at end of stream. I don't know why Twitch does that. Did YouTube unpin? No, YouTube didn't unpin. Okay, good. All right, fix that. Something tells me I will not be swapping to Focused Blade. Also, to maybe preempt another question from your chat, multiplayer isn't in the game currently, but it is coming very soon, possibly even before next season.
All right, that's good to know.
Basically, their approach for multiplayer has been we want it to be good, even if it takes a little longer to get out there.
I do not hate taking the development time to make something good.
Me neither. I would rather it works and it feels good to play and all that than, you know, here's multiplayer and then it doesn't work.
Yeah, here's multiplayer. Enjoy. It's nothing, but it's there. You can do it. It's a button you can click. I do like that you can trade. Like you can choose to be trading or not trading still.
Yes. Yeah, trading's overall a big part of their vision for the game. Not to say you have to, because they do support SSF, but to build that sense of community, allow people to do other things. Like if you just enjoy crafting, then you can just craft and sell other people gear. So I'm looking out for erosion and fizz. But realistically, it's increases at this point. Because I have so much damage right now. I'm getting more this level, aren't I? Oh my god, I am. Oh no. Oh no. I would assume Milky clicks these. Oh yes, he definitely clicks these. I mean, I was going to click them regardless. But Milky does in fact click these, which makes perfect sense. The only thing I don't like so far is having 3 buttons. I need to get... What level is rhythm support? Also, goodbye, Liv. Do I have a rhythm support yet? Rhythm level 55, of course. Damn it, no. Let me be lazy, game. Let me be lazy. There we go. So if I don't move anymore, does live kill me? Oh, right. More ads. Live of the endless ads. I forgot if I added these buffs to show you the bonuses that you always got for like dual wielding and stuff. It's really nice. They've been doing a lot of things to make the game more new player friendly and just general QOL.
I should probably be like equipping gear, huh?
Yes. So you'll generally want, in terms of armor pieces, life and resistances. In terms of weapons, you want applicable damage rolls. What is my chance to block? Is my chance to block actually 100 already? Where do I even see that? Oh, here we go. Max block chance 100, attack block 63. You know what? Close enough. Damn. We gaming.
So I just fought like some little mini boss, right? And I was kind of struggling and actually died. And I was like, oh, wow, that seems weird in a tutorial. And then I went into my inventory, equipped anything, walked up to the major boss and just like 3-shot it. I was like, oh, okay.
Yep, that sounds about right.
Gear good.
Gear indeed good. It's okay, I just died too because I was fighting a chapter boss and I wanted to see if I could face tank and it was block, 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 dead. Guess what didn't happen that time? Wait. Where do you go to edit loot filters now? You know what? I'll do that when I'm done leveling. It's probably here somewhere. Yes, filter. Okay, cool. This is Torchlight Infinite. It's an ARPG that is available on both PC and mobile. Just got a new season. Right now I'm playing Rosa, the new character. She is very strong looking. And I'm hoping I can do something fun with a new lightning beam skill. Though right now I'm just using ground shaker because that's what she starts with. And I don't like messing with stuff too much while leveling. And is this weapon an upgrade? Probably not. Are the boots an upgrade? Yes, absolutely yes. Install. And then recycle everything else. Okay, that's... I'll deal with that later. That's a whole mess. I don't know. I think my armor's cooler than his. By just a little bit. There we go. See, if I pull in all the enemies every time, then it's easy to land the ground shakers. Switch that to res, because res cap is really important early on. Fire explosion. That'll definitely not go badly with brutality, where I can only deal fizz damage. Oh, right, there's added fizz support now. I keep forgetting they added that. Do I have that yet? Let's see. It'll be in the guide if I do. I do not. Okay. So the guide says to add ink AoE there, but I'm not quite the right level to. So for now, self-sacrifice, so that my life doesn't get quite nuked as much. And I need 15 for that, so I will just ignore that. Now I have a little mini fight. Oh, I really like the pull-in ground shaker combo. Is this just going to become a ground shaker build? I think ground shaker falls off, to be honest. I don't know. This might just become a ground shaker build. See, this is why I never tell people to do what I do on League Start. Because on League Start, I'm just going to change my mind. I'm just going to be like, you know, this other random thing I just did is fun. Let's go with that. I mean, Milky is a little sus. That's fair, Dread. Or other Dread. I have Dread Scythe and Dreadful, so if I just use Dread, I'm going to confuse both of you. So, yes. Milky is a little sus. I'm sure he would admit that. It's okay, though. I choose to trust him anyway. Sus or no. Oh, 10% of life energy shield. Oh, God, that's OP. Yeah, who needs life nodes when you just have block nodes? I mean, I know my block efficiency isn't the highest yet, but I'm going to do it. And you know what? Milky can't stop me. Look. The crafting unlock. This is Torchlight Infinite's crafting system. You can lock a modifier, then roll a bunch of other random modifiers. They even added a craft again button, which is really cool. Like, look at this. There's a craft again button. I can keep going and waste all my resources because I'm demonstrating instead of paying attention to what I'm rolling. You know what? That actually looks pretty good. Life regen at this level is super OP. I'll take it. I'll absolutely take it. And Mass Effect, which is not only a pretty darn good video game, but a support. I need more attack speed. I should see if there's any attack speed stuff I can take after this. Because who needs life? Life doesn't help you kill enemies. Life doesn't scale your damage. Life is for the end game. Ooh. Hello, buddy. Goodbye, buddy. There we go. You know, I don't think it'll be too loud if I do this, then have like some nice in-game music. There we go. Oh, nightmare time. Okay, maybe that's just slightly louder than I intended. So This guy chases you. He's a never-ending nightmare. You cannot kill him. So you have to deal with him while fighting everything else. Luckily, if you have enough AoE, you cleave everything down really easily. Like that. The mini nightmares you can kill, though. Oh, that's a nice bop. My AoE is so big now. Oh, that's what you do. Oh, he's back. No. Bad nightmare. Actually, okay. I was going to say, I can try taking a hit from him. Oh, yeah. I remember you getting that. Was that the time when Frost Terror was bugged and then you were really sad because you got the MTX right when it was bugged? And then this is how we kill the nightmare. And the dreams come true, and I get a red gear bubble with interlocking soul, which if I could sell in the trade house would be worth lots of money right now. Frozen Sight Iron Hatchet. I don't think the Iron Hatchet's worth it, unfortunately. Now that the nightmare zone's cleared, it's back to the real world. So compared to last time, would you say your build is better or worse so far?
That's a really interesting question. I am not dying immediately, so it must be like not that bad. I thought I picked up some cool pants. Are there pants in this game?
No, actually.
I'm looking for these pants and I'm like, I don't think pants are a thing. I'll be honest with myself here.
No, they are not a thing. Maybe with the next league or season. Soon I'm going to get even more confused between that because it's going to be Diablo calling things season, Torchlight calling things season, Path of Exile calling it league, and Last Epoch calling it cycle.
Oh, and Diablo 2 Resurrected just calls it ladder.
Oh, even more confusion. Wonderful.
Like trying to explain to people coming over from D2, they're like, wait a minute, is this the ladder? And I'm like, well, yeah, ladder, it was always the ladder season. And they're like, but is there a ladder? I'm like, well, no, the seasons don't have leaderboards yet, but the ladder's just a leaderboard for the season. And they're like, I don't get it. I'm like, look, honestly, me too.
Yeah.
Just call it all leagues and let's just move on with our day.
Oh, I wish. But I'm sure the issue there is something, someone trademarks league and then no one can have fun.
Oh, without question.
Oh, it influences the boss room. That was beautiful. Oh, I just exploded everything so nicely. And double gear bubble, sure. Talent tree. Unlock the first one. Pun killing. Oh, right. It's the lightning. Gotta love the lightning. Quest Holy Fire. Oh, I'm being attacked. Go away.
Okay, so I went to go do like this first quest. This dwarf guy's like, we gotta go to the Dragonlands. And then I clicked a flower and then I was in a nightmare world.
Yes, that is the seasonal mechanic. You enter a dream world, fight a bunch of monsters, and every time you enter the dream world, it has a chance to be corrupted with nightmare. The loot that you build up through all the dream world modifiers is what you get if you complete the nightmare.
Is it all like, do you reset to 0 if you fail to clear the next nightmare? Or is it just like, will continuously kind of add up its difficulty over time? Because it seemed like it had a progression system tied to it.
Yeah, continuously add up. You have to fail. So in the nightmare itself, you lose some of the loot each time you fail. After 6 times, you're done for good. And with a dream individually, I believe you just fail that instance. And if you don't have any chance to become nightmare yet, you just keep trying.
Wait, hold on. Am I Torchlight?
Sort of. Yes. So I'm not super into Torchlight lore, but my general understanding is Torchlight is the power that holds back the Ember, which refers not only to the power itself, but also the place and the people who wield it. So yes, you are Torchlight.
Sick.
But admittedly, I played Torchlight 1, actually kind of recently, because I wanted to see where the series started. I've not played 2 very much, because I tried it once and it just wasn't jiving with me, and I've not played 3 at all. All right, now I have my block, and I'm gonna guess, you know what? I'm not, okay, I will look, but yeah, Endless Fervor. This does not.
What's a void rift? Because now I'm in here.
A Void Rift is essentially a little side area with a bunch of free loot in it. That's a lot of attack block chance. Basically, it's just a little zone where you go through and you fight a mini boss and you get your shinies, and they tend to be pretty easy. They're also a very good source of low-level legendary items, and there's a legendary called Spring Resurrection that would be great if you find it.
And all loot is random, or there's target farming?
Most loot is random. There is target farming for specific items, which happens in the Nether Realm. And also boss drops. But in the Nether Realm, certain zones, all the enemies have a chance to drop what's called a fluorescent memory, which gives you a fraction of a legendary item. If you collect the full set and turn it in, you get the legendary item. And then let's say you wanted the Guttural of the Drowned amulet, you'd have to fight the Lord of the Void Sea because it's a boss exclusive drop. You know what? I will craft my weapon. Is this a good idea? No, but I'm going to do it. Wait, no, I won't do it. I'll craft the other weapon. What am I thinking? That does sound like a very annoying bug. Have you filed a bug report? There's a place in the Torchlight Infinite Discord where you can report bugs. Come on, game, I need fizz. Oh, wait, that was 5 to 7. I need other fizz. Something else you could try is unplugging any additional devices. So if you have like a controller, unplug it and see if that's what's causing your problems. Because I had something similar happen once, and it was because I had a controller plugged in with controller drift that I didn't know was drifting, and I was just scrolling stuff in games, and it was driving me crazy. Oh. I cannot help you if you're on mobile. I primarily play on PC, sorry. Carino builds. Exclamation mark max roll. We've got a new and improved leveling build for Ranger of Glory. All right. You're welcome. I need to remember to pull enemies in more. It's super awesome. Also, having Endless Fervor at this level, oh my god. This has got to be just a massive buff to leveling any attack build. Wait, no, this is the correct way. The new crafting system is really good. It solves a lot of my complaints with both the old crafting system and the reworked crafting system. I hesitate to say anything's perfect, but for Torchlight, I would say it's nearly a perfect system. And I'm pretty sure with the new additions of the dream interpretation crafting, it's getting pretty darn close to perfect for this game. The reason I'm specifying for this game is because, I mean, in other games, other types of crafting are more beneficial. Like in PoE, you have so much more control over items that I wouldn't want to see this implemented. I rather the fact that I have way more control in PoE. But I actually think a version of this would be kind of really neat to see in a game like D4. All right, so if I craft here, all I need to do is hit other fizz rolls and I'm good. Oh, I'm almost out of stuff. Right, because I spammed it all. Ooh, I don't think that works, does it? No, that doesn't. Oh, okay, well. There we go. That's a new weapon. Let's put her on. D4 doesn't really have a crafting system. You can swap one affix, and I think the devs have talked about wanting to expand the system in the future. But I'm talking more of a you get something and you build it up as
I didn't know you could like feed skills energy.
Yes. As you level up, you unlock additional energy, which you can use to add supports to your skills. And a really big part of the end game is supporting everything with the right stuff and getting as much energy as possible. So far, yeah, Rosa's really good.
Well, we're here now.
Also, God of War leveling is insane.
So if I don't have something good, like there's no reason to put in energy to unlock like a modifier slot if I can't put anything good there, right?
Correct. Oh, I just realized. All right, I have to fix something quickly. I have the wrong thing going. All right, give me just 1 second. You know, this is a good test. Let's see if I can fix my chatbot command. All right, I fixed it. Save. It now should correctly link to the Torchlight builds instead of a PoE builds on Maxroll. Problem is, I looked at that I was linking to Maxroll and I was like, that's what people want. Which, to be fair, if you need a league starter in PoE, we've also got those. But I'm assuming most people right now are looking for a Torchlight season starter. I love the on-block recovery here. I'm going to have to tell Milky that I tried this and then be like, so don't be too mad. I didn't follow your guide, but also it's hilarious that at this level, you can just walk into enemies and they can't hurt you. It's great. Ooh, Paladin's heavy armor. You know, this will help things hurt me even less. Oh, I totally forgot to do this. Whoops.
Okay, so interesting. The mobility support skill periodic burst does just say gains a stack of buff when using the supported skill, so it doesn't reference Euphoria here.
Yes, because it's not a buff skill.
Oh, interesting. Okay. It's a modifier which gives a buff to a skill which is not a buff skill.
Yes. That buff skill would be something. I believe I have the Empower tag now. Yes, they have the Empower tag. So Bull's Rage, for example. Cast the skill and gain Euphoria. Melee skills deal 38% additional damage and have 23% skill area for 4 seconds.
Interesting.
So if you want to make a custom filter easy peasy, I will happily use it. Because I also need a custom filter.
Okay, yeah. So I never did any of this on my character before. I was just walking around with like a base ice lance with multiple projectiles on it, feeling like a dunce.
Oh, I can see why you had a hard time then. It would be like if you were playing D4 and you never equipped any gear and you never took any skill points either.
Okay, I now feel very, very powerful all of a sudden.
This just in. Numbers good. Ooh, upgrade. Is it though? There is, of course, more nuance later, but right now it is kind of just numbers good for this game. How's it going, Lodador? I'm just playing some Torchlight and putting on this absolutely wonderful shield that I just got. It gives me more block chance because I like taking 0 damage from anything ever. Oh yeah, I should. Well, I don't need mana regen, so yeah, we're just going no.
At this low level, is it worth it to go explore the rest of a map?
No.
Like, no, right? Just do quest, go.
Yep, quest go. Hmm, 5 new talents available. Maybe I should have done that sooner. Which one? I'm gonna guess is it Shadow Dancer? It's probably Shadow Dancer. Shadow Dancer's really good now. It's Shadow Dancer. So we go attack and cast speed, Fizz. And we do that so that we can get to rank 6 stuff. Makes sense. You know, I might just go more attack and cast speed. Make my skill cost even lower. Wait, will I need to? I guess need is a strong word. Poor Milky. He put all of his time into making an optimal leveling setup, and here I am just ignoring half of it because I'm like, I don't like mana costs. I'm just going to keep clicking the no mana cost button. It's okay. He'll probably forgive me. Especially if no one tells him. Something else that I believe you've unlocked by now, or you should be very close to. Actually, wait, what level are you?
About to hit level 11.
Okay, so you're about to unlock the Hero Forge. That's where you get your hero trait. The only downside of
I'll be honest with you, I've been waiting for you to tell me what that means. Because I believe you, that sounds sick. I just don't know what that means.
Oh, sorry. So this is one of the things I'm very bad at, is when it comes to basics, I just kind of forget that other people don't innately know things. Hero traits are what defines the character. You can kind of think of it as your character class, where a hero is an archetype. So Gemma's archetype is elements, and she has 3 hero traits. You picked Ice Fire Fusion, which is all about combining the effects of multiple elements. So you'll get your first hero trait allowing you to do that after you complete the Hero Forge.
Okay.
Her other 2 are Frostbitten Heart, which focuses on cold and freezing stuff, and Flame of Pleasure, which focuses on fire and area damage. Flame of Pleasure actually has a really cool effect where she brands enemies and records a portion of the damage they take from any fire source, and then deals that as the brand is removed.
You said I always take Spell Burst, right?
Yes. Because it causes your skill to be repeated at no additional cost. I'm good, Lotador.
Is it a random chance?
No, you'll see Spellburst charges at the top left. When those reach full, they're automatically consumed, and your next skill Spellbursts. Your Spellburst charge speed determines how long it takes, and later on you will scale that with cast speed so that it's almost instant. I just got a bunch.
Hold on. Is the number of spell bursts that I have the amount of times that it recasts the skill?
Yes.
That seems very strong.
It is very strong. Oh, the crit stuff got spooked.
Why are there other options like gain 10% damage?
I don't know. Although some of the other options on the Spellburst tier are for builds that can't Spellburst, i.e. if you're using a channeling skill, it can't get repeated, so you'd go for one of those instead. Crit from a tree seems a little bit weaker.
I have just found pacts.
Yes. Even if you don't have any pact spirits, you will want to fill out the pact points because they give you bonuses. The spirits change the points effect. And at low levels, the best thing you can do is grab points for resistances.
For physical damage or elemental?
Resistances apply to elemental. Then armor primarily mitigates physical damage and secondarily mitigates elemental damage. To explain defenses in Torchlight a little bit, there are 3 stats classified as defense. Those are armor, evasion, and energy shield. Armor reduces your damage taken, both physical and non-physical at differing ratios, lower for non-physical. Then evasion is a chance to avoid damage from an attack hit, with a lower chance to avoid damage from a spell hit that can be invested into through various items, etc. But in general, you want to use evasion to avoid attack hits. Finally, energy shield acts as a second health pool that takes damage before your health, and if you haven't taken damage for a bit, it starts to recharge.
Okay, yeah, that was... At least the energy shield part was, like, pseudo-intuitive.
If you've played Path of Exile, they're all intuitive, because they're based on how Path of Exile set up its defenses with armor, evasion, and energy shield. It's a little confusing, though, because you have other stats that aren't classified by the game as defenses, such as block. Oh, Thunderstorm Beam can spell burst. Yes, easy peasy. That's not very useful. Not only can it spell burst, but all of its orbs can spell burst too. It is almost time to go see the bishop. So, there are times where I would legitimately consider clicking this for the boss defenses. I'm gonna be honest. I don't care. It's not gonna matter. Maybe I should do this for attack speed, actually. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I've been good, Lodador. I've just been quite busy preparing for the Torchlight launch, and here we are. We're at launch, and everything's going well. Oop. And double bop. There we go. There's something that's just so much more satisfying about absolutely deleting enemies after grouping them, as opposed to killing them with a normal skill. I don't know. What do you think? Hopefully Rosa doesn't get some PTSD here. Ooh, I'm almost 32. I'm almost going to get my first hero trait choice. I hope it's the dashy one. Wait, I took damage? Oh no. What was that did damage to me? I'm not used to that. One thing I do like, the season mechanic is not in every zone. It's kind of nice, because it means you don't have to worry about, am I going to not...
Okay, the voice actor did just call these automatons instead of automatons, and I would like to just give some notes.
Yes, they may actually be automatons, or automations. Eight, 9, and is this where I get block? I feel like yes. Yes, this is where I get block. Ooh, minus additional fizz taken. Oh, I guess I should look at it here instead of on my upper monitor. But there we go. Oh, claim rewards. Right, here's a good weapon. Oh, because I hit cancel because I'm used to confirm on the left, cancel on the right. Right, I'm used to a language that reads the opposite way. You'd think I'd have played enough JRPGs to know that, though. Oh, wait. Is this... Do I actually want this? Details. 1.55? I mean, I guess it's okay for now. But, nah. I don't need the 10% damage. I'd rather go faster.
So, what's like the structure of like campaign or game progression? Are there like acts? Are there chapters?
There are chapters. And so the first couple chapters are about introducing the game's story with the main villains. The first ends with Liv's story arc, and the second ends with Keegan's story arc. Then you move on to the land of the Ichi, which kind of covers a bunch of stuff from Torchlight lore, because you fight Ordrak, who is the villain of Torchlight 1. I don't know if he was also a villain of Torchlight 2. The basically Dragon of Corruption. And then that is, I believe, chapters 3 and 4 for those storylines. Then 5 and 6 right now is just filler, where you go through a bunch of the zones again and kill the enemies there. But they do plan to have a full completion of the story at some point in the future. And so at your level, you're nearing the end of Liv's storyline. I definitely stepped in a trap there, but it's okay. Wait, what is my block chance? $75. All right, I need more block chance. Oh, that's why Milky didn't take the other block nodes. Got it. So I'll just slowly start speccing out of those as I grab these. That makes sense now. Because you want to be at 100%. You don't want to be over 100. I didn't put on Train of Malice. Whoops. See? What does Limber Stretch do? Restoration, duration, movement speed after casting. Oh, that's really good. And then this. And can I also get fearlessness in? Oh yeah, totally. My mana costs are basically 0. God, attack leveling's so much better now. This would have legitimately been 5 times more painful before. They've done such a good job of revamping attack leveling. It used to be that attacks were kind of the strongest builds in the game, and so they introduced Spellburst, and all of a sudden, spellcasters completely took over. Now we've seen quite a few buffs to attack builds, so it's going to be interesting to see if they'll regain their crown now, or if it's still spellcaster supremacy. Added physical damage, level up. I can't wait until I get Dream Interpretation. I'm so close. Well, okay, not that close. I'm about to hit 31. Oh, wait. Why was I rushing that? That doesn't matter. That's okay. I was like, I need to allocate this point. I'm almost to the next node. No. I'm at 11. I thought I was at 17. I should look at the stuff on the ground, but like it's blue. Blue can't be good. And with how much damage I do, I don't know that I need gear anyway. This is like the highest DPS 866 tooltip I've ever had. It's mostly just the aftershock. Because there's the little bop and then the big bolt. There we go. Yes. Yes, hit for 20,000. Good. Oh! Okay, I got hit a little hard there, but also, that was a 38k crit. Ownerless? Dawning Light Shield? Yes, please. I'm tempted to go to staff late game, but man, it's going to be so hard. It is going to be so hard to justify staff. Even if staff is a lot of damage. Look, combined life and energy shield. 850. We did it. We did the thing. Right. You know, maybe attack speed isn't that useful right now, because I only do the little bops in between, but also even my little bops are kind of just wrecking him. Goodbye, Enraged Beast Keegan. I think most of what he does is an attack. Attacks just can't hurt me. Oh, right. This will I'm very tempted to see if I can stand in that, but no. No, we won't do that. It's probably going to kill me even through block. I need more murderous intent generation. That's what I need.
Oh, how does... So this thing has 49% crit chance, or crit strike rating for spells. What does that mean?
That means it gives 4.9% increased critical... It's a flat number, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Actually, it's 0.49. Sorry, not 4.9. 0.49 increased chance to critically strike, which is then scaled by all of your multipliers and increases.
Okie dokie.
Oh, that can actually kill me. My plan on Rosa. Stand in literally everything until something kills me. Also, that refreshed my murderous intent, so I kind of don't care. Yep, just think of it as base crit. It's really, really powerful. Goodbye, Keegan. Lightning skill level. I don't think I need that. Claim all that. Ooh. Oh. That's not what I thought it was. I was like, is this a icon? It would look... it's kind of cute. I wonder if this is an icon now. That is a aggressive portal. That is a very aggressive portal that I am about to get. What do you think, chat? Should we use the aggressive portal when we get it? So not that I'm super fast at leveling or anything, but I just made it to the second story area, which, in the tradition of Act 2s in ARPGs, takes place in the desert.
Oh, as it should.
I feel like every ARPG's middle act just has to be a desert now forever.
Well, where else are you going to put the hard to define culturally really what we're playing off of here, but generic kind of Magi ancient secrets, just kind of desert land?
True. I mean, you can always just mention the word Templars like Assassin's Creed does, and then
you
get
you
some
can just
ancient
toss
aliens.
it in there.
Yeah, you know, toss in some Templars and ancient aliens, call it good. You find filters under filter in the menu. Oh, whoops. I always find it so funny that even in the current Assassin's Creed games, they're still doing that.
Well, isn't in one of like the most recent Assassins Creed they're finally doing like we're going back to the original setting?
Yes. So I played through it, and the setting, the attention to detail, all that was really good. Unfortunately, it definitely felt notably dated because of the way that Basim interacted with the enemies and their AI. Like, the actual combat pretty good. It's mostly about sticking knives in necks and using cool tools. There's not very much ARPG combat elements the way that the last few had. But the downside is enemy AI clearly has not kept up, and where in the more ARPG stat-heavy ones, it was fine to just, mow down a group of enemies and fight your way out. Now that it's back to stealth, I mean, it's just kind of weird when you can drop a smoke bomb, assassinate people, a bunch of guards see you do that, and you just walk a few steps away and they have no idea. But if they see you, they'll chase you 3/4 of the way across the city with like auto-aim archers.
Seems good to me. No notes.
Yeah, I played Mirage. My overall feeling was the story was decent. I saw the plot twist coming. It was very obvious. I wish it had been slightly less obvious, but I didn't hate it. I liked the character growth when it wasn't ruined by the open world storytelling format, where for certain quests, Basim's character growth kind of just regressed a bit because, well, this was supposed to happen earlier, but I found it later. And the combat was not the best, so mildly disappointed, but hopeful for what Ubisoft could do if they really focus in on modernizing the AI and the combat feel while keeping the gameplay to Assassin's Creed's roots.
I'd be interested in I keep telling myself I'm gonna have like some free time soon, and that's just like never going to be true. My free time was basically this last month, but this last month is the holidays. But I would like to get in some other, I was trying to play some Sea of Stars recently. I'd really like to have the chance to go play other video games for fun. That hobby I used to have.
Yes, I just kind of forced myself to make time. Like in January, I'm going to do the same thing, where I'm going to make time and play at least one game that isn't Path of Exile or Torchlight or Diablo or any of that. Not sure which game it's going to be yet. Might be Sea of Stars, might be After Image, might be Lies of P.
Oh, I wanted to check out Lies of P real bad. I'm definitely an absolute. I like smashing my head against a Souls game until it works.
Yeah, so one thing that I really liked about Lies of P when I played the demo is it's like Sekiro meets Bloodborne, where you really aggressively want to get in an enemy's face and parry them, and then just beat them down. The only thing that I would say didn't hold up the best was on some of the enemy attack animations, you could tell it was too long just because the devs were trying to bait your parry. And seeing through that,
sure.
That was a little annoying, but it was more annoying because the rest of the game was so beautifully immersive and atmospheric that I was like, okay, but you just reminded me that I'm playing a video game because this guy sat here for an extra 2 seconds. And I know this is a damage window, but it feels like a video game again. And I don't like that. So I'm very much looking forward to playing through it proper. Last sort of like that game I played was Armored Core 6. And I went into that thinking, I'm glad FromSoft has made a nice short title that I'll have time to play through and experience. Then I played through it 3 times and played it for 60 hours. And I was like, I could probably play through it again.
I think my first playthrough of Elden Ring was, 100 hours, without 100%ing it. I was just kind of smashing my head against things until it would work. And then I did just immediately start up a 100% playthrough after beating the game immediately.
Sounds right. Yeah. Elden Ring, I'm ashamed to say I haven't played it yet. Because at the time, I was very much in the, I wish I had free time to play games, but I wasn't making that time. So now when the DLC comes out, I'm going to make time to play it. because I very quickly realized if I wait for there to be time, there's never, ever going to be time.
Yeah, that's just the way of it. It's definitely a game where like you need to be able to sit down with it for like a week and just play it all the way through.
Yeah.
Or at least that's how I like to enjoy them.
Yeah, I agree. Although I was pleasantly surprised that I could drop in and out of Armored Core 6. And I don't know, once you knew the fights, you just knew them.
Well, Armored Core 6 has like the old school like mission,
yes,
like progression system, right? Like literally you do the story and missions.
Yep. And sometimes across multiple playthroughs. And that was actually one of the cool parts of the experience, because there are a couple fights that I struggled with. I spent a couple hours to beat. Overall, I wouldn't say Armored Core 6 is a difficult game. I mean, relative to everything that's out there, I'm sure some of them were difficult then, but compared to Dark Souls, it's not a difficult game. I didn't go into the average mission expecting failure.
Right.
But what was really cool was I have this difficult fight, right? And then I play through the game a second time, and I get to that same boss, and I'm thinking, oh, I don't know. This is the thing I struggled with for over an hour before. Kill it first try. But
feels good.
Yeah, like it feels so good to know that the strategy you learned in practice worked. And then it gets mixed up where there are other missions exclusive to the later playthroughs that are just brutal. And then it's the, this is gonna be a problem. This is hard again. I need to get good. I very much enjoyed the way they did that. So you had kind of both sides of the getting good and learning stuff and still being challenged, but also the having it pay off and feeling like a god. How's it going, Extra? How's your start going? I should go to my hero trial.
Elden Ring really reminds you that it's a FromSoft game, like the moment that you walk into it. There's been like a million billion clips of it. Basically, you walk outside, you just spawned, and there's like immediately a boss that will just put you in the absolute ground. I don't like when a video game tells me like, hey, just come back later, this isn't for you. So I did just fight the Tree Sentinel first boss of that game for like 8 hours of stream time.
Fair enough.
Over a 2-day period. And there are basically the best clips that have ever been taken from my channel of me just screaming death threats at this and at like this fake monster in this video game. But coming back the next day and like relearning the fight and then just killing it after like 2 hours of attempts is probably like one of the most like cathartic experiences I've had in video gaming. So totally worth it.
Yeah, that's the awesome part about Souls games. What was the first From Software game you played?
Dark Souls, when the original Dark Souls, when the remaster came out, is the first time I picked up one of their games.
For me, I didn't know what the company was at the time, but it was Lost Kingdoms 2 on the GameCube.
See, I didn't have a GameCube. That's what I'm talking about. I missed out on just so much of video games from never having a GameCube as a kid.
Yeah, I missed out on a lot of the PlayStation stuff. So I know what you mean. That makes sense, Dread. Or Dreadful. I'm never going to get used to the double Dread thing. Yeah, I played a lot of the like GameCube era Nintendo games, but not that many of the similar PlayStation games.
I basically went from Nintendo and Sega to Nintendo 64 to PlayStation 2 and Xbox. And then after like the Xbox 360, I basically just like didn't play console games.
Same.
Until the Switch, actually.
It's funny you say that because, yeah, same. Although much more recently, it was Tears of a Kingdom. That's my first console game since the 360. I feel like I probably missed out a little bit for having not played Breath of the Wild first. But it was also really cool to go into a Legend of Zelda game that was just so different from anything I'd played. And it was just cool. Yeah.
I mean, the funny part about Breath of the Wild, because that's basically like my friend got me a Switch for my birthday with Breath of the Wild, and I put probably like 150 hours into that game without doing like a single story quest at all, like none of the story dungeons. I was just exploring the world, and then I found out that I could just go kill Ganondorf, and that actually turned me off from the game super hard, and I put it down for like 3 years, and I only actually beat that game last year.
Ah, yeah, I kind of had a similar gameplay experience. Not quite the I could just go kill Ganondorf and, putting it down part, but not worrying about the story and just going around to all the shrines, because it was really cool the way the game was teaching you things about how to play it with each shrine. And so I was like, ooh, what's this? Ooh, what's this? Ooh, what's that? And I got all of those. And then I realized I was way too powerful when I cleared the first dungeon because I just destroyed everything.
The interesting part about them making it open world, but like, and I've played maybe 3 hours of Tears of the Kingdom. I actually got a little bit overwhelmed, because if I can min-max, I will attempt to. And then because it was like every single thing that I looked at the ground, I had to understand how it could be combined and like what its impact would be and what it did for my weapon. I kind of got paralyzed by all of that.
I can see that.
But Breath of the Wild, like, yes, you were getting stronger, but since all your gear just got eaten anyways, there wasn't really permanent increases to your effectiveness. Also, I never found the person who you gave the Korok seeds to, so I actually never bought like additional gear space for shields or weapons or bows or anything. I just never found them. So I had a very limited amount of items I could pick up at any given time, and the game was just about exploring for me. And then the moment that you could just go kill Ganondorf and end the game, I was like, oh no, I'm seeing through the Matrix. None of this matters. Oh no, now I can't enjoy it. And it took me a really long time to get over that.
Yeah, that can be really hard with some games. I find when a game doesn't try to be immersive, I don't mind as much when I see through the Matrix. But the more immersive a game tries to be, the more crippling it is for even the slightest thing, which is why for Lies of P, at first in the demo, I was like, oh, but I'm reminded this is a video game because of the attack timing. Because the rest of the game is just so beautiful. And I'm still very much looking forward to playing it. I'm just going to have to tell that part of my brain, shut up, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I got the game. I started playing for Tears of the Kingdom. Got the game, started playing it. I started feeling a bit overwhelmed, but was enjoying it. And then the next day, I kind of like went to go play it again. My brain just told me like, no, we're not doing this right now. So I assume similar to Breath of the Wild, in like 2 or 3 years, whenever they actually come out with the Switch 2, I'll like port it over to that and then just binge through it over a holiday or something.
Makes sense. Ooh, erosion damage. Too bad I can't freeze enemies. Additional damage if you've blocked while dual wielding. That's gear physical, cold. Also, I don't know why, but I have this weird thing sometimes with games where the more I want to play a game, the more I get this feeling of, ooh, I should save it for later. And then I don't end up actually playing it.
Oh, sure, yeah. I get that.
Because there's a Metroidvania called Afterimage that I've had for quite a while now, and I keep going, oh, I'm going to play it, I'm going to play it, I'm going to play it. But every time I'm like, yeah, but that looked really cool, and when you played the demo, you loved it. You should save that for later.
It's the hubris of humanity to assume that there is a later to save for.
True.
That doesn't stop my brain from doing it.
Mine neither. And these days, the other hard thing is there's just so many good games that keep coming out.
Yeah, this year is in like top contention of like top 10 years for video games. And that's been happening with like more regularity.
Yep. Which, especially for the indie game scene, is really, really cool. There's so many completely random, tiny indie games, like Vampire Survivors. I don't think anyone could have ever predicted that would be even a fraction of as popular as it became. And yet, here it is. So I now see why Milky did the thing that he did for the additional fizz reduction. But I kind of really like the chance to recover when you block.
Vampire Survivors is a phenomenal game, and the proliferation of that genre has also been very cool.
Yes.
Like, I just got hit up recently by what seemingly like a very small team that's like, hey, do you want to play our PoE Vampire, they called it PoE meets Brotato, but ultimately it's Vampire Survivors, right? It's a bit more like Brotato since the map is actually an enclosed space. But it's just like, yeah, sure, let me see your two-person team version of this genre. I'd love to. Just because like it lends itself very well to gameplay. I'm in the Illusions of something.
Illusions
I'm fighting dimensional incarnations. They are hurting my ego. They are hurting my feelings right now.
Is everything red?
It's the thing I had to go to unlock my hero trait.
Oh, okay. Yes. So those quickly escalate in levels, where the first one is level 12 appropriate, the second is level 24, and the third is level 32. So if you've beaten the first one, and you've beaten the second one, congratulations, you are outperforming your level, and you should not try to fight the third.
Okay, I am going to run this third one until I complete it now, though.
I will warn you, it might not be statistically possible. There's a timer. You have only 1 minute. He is playing neither.
See, until you told me that, I felt like I was doing pretty good, but now I see the timer.
He is playing Gemma.
All right, let's see if there's anything I can do about this at my level 15. What's a soul candle? Game, you gotta stop adding these systems onto. I'm like, oh, let me go see if I have energy to spend. What's a soul candle? Here it is.
Yeah, a Soul Kindle is a enhancement system that was added with the City of Eterna last season. Basically, if you haven't encountered the city yet, it does not affect you.
Sack. All right.
You're going to come across another of those systems when you hit H, which is Hero Relics and Hero Memories. They enhance whatever's tied to your hero trait, so elemental stuff for Gemma.
Ooh. Okay, hey. Why? Okay, this is interesting.
Ooh, a Tabula.
I had spent a bunch of energy into my skills. For whatever reason, like my frigid transmission, it had 3 modifiers slotted into it, and now they're grayed out.
Okay, so there's a little blue swirly in your energy menu. And you'll see a symbol for the skill and then yellow lines. If there's a gray line, that means the energy was assigned and is no longer assigned. Such as if you had energy from an item, then you took the item off, it will be gray because you lost the energy.
Oh, I found a unique piece of armor that I think gave me a mess load of energy.
Omniscience prototype?
Yeah.
Yes, it did. And that's what happened.
Okay, how do I go get that thing back?
Did you recycle it?
Of course I did.
You cannot get it back. You'll have
that's not the answer I'm looking for here. I think I made that pretty obvious with my tone.
You would have to go into Void Rifts and hopefully get another one to drop. I know that is not the answer you want, but unfortunately that is the answer you'll have to live with.
That doesn't seem very fair to me.
It does warn you.
Well, now that explains why I got very weak very quickly.
Yes. That also does explain why you were very strong before.
That's rough, Sickles, bud. It doesn't even... All right. I'll do, homie, reading that piece of gear, it sure said give you +1 max life, +1 max mana, and +10 armor, yes. Whatever. Where did it say gives you 1,000 million energy?
Above. Energy is shown above the stats. It'll say Omniscient Prototype requires level 1, int chest armor, level whatever, then below that energy, and there'll be a yellow bar. Oh, Residue's higher level now. Okay, so will I go instant or emergent? Yeah, I'll go emergency. Also, for a little context on why that item exists in the way that it does, in Path of Exile, there's a unique item called Tabula Rasa that has no stats at all and gives you 6 links. Because in Path of Exile, you support skills with gems that increase things, kind of like the supports in Torchlight. Instead of energy, you have links and sockets as your limiting factor. Basically, they just put it in as a reference to Path of Exile's Tabula Rasa. And
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so anyone who played PoE, they see that and they're like, oh, big, get it. Am I going to be able to do this? I don't think. Oh, I am. Cool. Because my mana costs are so low. Having low mana costs at this level just feels so...
Oh, okay. This explains a lot. Like, I got back to town and all of a sudden I didn't have a bunch of sealed mana. I couldn't for life of me figure out why all my passives weren't taking their sealed mana even though they were, like, activated. And I'm like, all right, yeah, something must have changed. I just am not negatively impacted by these things.
Yup.
All right, so I was able to do like a quarter of the life on level 3 on my level 16 character without that stuff equipped, so I feel pretty good about that.
That is pretty good. Oh, good. I'm blocking enough to get it all back now.
All right, so all right. Here's my first complaint. If this item is so cool because of this very powerful stat that it gives you, why is that not listed in the stats? The things that like your eyes are naturally drawn to and it's very easy to understand what they do. Help me to understand this.
So I think the thought process behind it is energy is listed above, and if you had gotten to about level 40 where the game naturally introduces energy, you would already be looking for it. So once you got the prototype, then you get super excited and it's awesome because you're already looking for energy. But because it can drop before the game introduces energy from gear as a system, it is a little bit weird. But energy is an implicit property of the item, so it's placed with all of the other implicit properties like the defense stat or like the level requirements.
Is getting main stat like intelligence generally good?
No. Generally, it's not particularly useful unless your build scales off of it directly. You can see what each main stat does in the menu. So if you go to info, it'll show like on intelligence, you get 0.05 max mana and 0.05% max energy shield. Or for strength, you get 0.2 max life and 0.1% melee damage. Where you would want to stack those stats is if your item says, gain blank for every so much of a stat. I bet. Because I'm going to make the guys mad here. That as part of his trial, I'm going to get so many blocks. I need more block ratio, though. That's what I really need.
Okay, I just did like 10 boon pulls of animals?
Yep.
What was that? And where did they go?
They go into your packed menu, and those are the pets that you put in your packed thingy to change the effects. In general, I would say at low levels, you want defense pets so that you can get resistance from them. But you can also use damage pets if you don't mind dying a bit more.
What about this purple Unga Bunga boy who says increase double spell damage and cast speed?
Oh, yeah. You can definitely use him too.
I'm gonna use my buddy Unga Bunga. I got him. I don't know what that means, but I got him.
Clearly it means you're an Unga Bunga build. I like how the tooltip's like, you have 2,500 DPS. Meanwhile, I have crit for 40,000 before. Oh, I have to attack twice? That's not good. That means I need more damage.
All right, I do love my little Unga Bunga boy. He does follow me around, and I love him very much.
Yep. You can set one of the pets to follow you. It will also pick up loot for you. Which, that's a very complicated topic.
Are the pets pay to win?
That's also a very complicated topic. So,
All right.
how do you define pay to win?
Unfair advantages in competition.
There isn't really competition right now, unless you're talking just the general gameplay and economy. But like in terms of a leaderboard, there isn't really a leaderboard. Now, if you're talking the unofficial, first person to get level 100, unfortunately, yes, because it can mitigate the EXP loss on death. If you're talking about who does the most damage, the impact is pretty much negligible. And if you're talking drops, depends on the mechanic. In general, more than I would like personally, but not so egregious that you can't be successful without it.
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, I think what a lot of people like to do is they just like to hit anything that costs money, which I understand. You buy the video game and you want to be able to like then play all the content in the video game. I completely understand that. The only thing that buying a thing that gives you something matters, as far as I'm concerned, is if there is a competition where people can legitimately only win if they have spent the money.
Yeah. So thus far, Torchlight has never had a competition like that. And from my understanding, they at some point will have more events. My hope is once they have more events, if they're competitive, they'll have an event server of like, you have to be solo self-found hardcore and all your pets are disabled kind of stuff. That would keep it fully competitive.
The very interesting thing, I don't know how much you want to have a conversation about the concepts of like pay to win or, like video game economy.
I'd love to.
In every form of competition that exists in the world, you literally have to pay to win.
Yes. And
like if you are going to compete on the world, if you are an Olympian, you have literally paid to win. You've paid to be able to compete, minimum.
Yes. And I think it's because video games are fantasy. You play games to escape from the real world, so they should not function like the real world. And when they do, people don't like that, which is fair. For me personally, I would say I don't mind certain things in games being paid because I understand that the developers need money to keep making the game. And the analogy that I often use is, if I got $0 for all the YouTube videos that I made, then I wouldn't make very many YouTube videos. I would make some just because I enjoy it, but it would be very few because if you can't make money off of it, it can't be your job. And the same thing I'm sure would be for video games, but if you can't make any money off of it, it can't be your job. What I dislike is when a game through its design makes me feel like and reminds me that I'm not succeeding unless I'm paying.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Where, if there are things you can buy and I can play the game in such a way that it doesn't affect me, then I don't really care if you can buy them no matter what they are. But if it's like the Noob Smasher 5000 for $100 and someone can buy that and then invade my world and noob smash me, that is a problem, even if that is the only thing the game sells. Because now...
To that point, though, if you just get good, you're not a noob anymore, so it won't work on you. So I feel a little bit like that's kind of a get good scenario. But, for other scenarios, please continue.
So the thing is, that would happen to me once before I get good, and I'd be like, well, that's stupid. That's a paid thing that person got specifically to beat me. I'm not going to play this game anymore.
Well, yeah, no, 100%. That would be my response too. And I absolutely killed your momentum in your role, so feel free to get back into that.
Yeah. So in that case, that's a big problem. Whereas if a game does not make me feel that and does not make me constantly notice that, then I don't mind. Where nothing is hard gated in Torchlight, so I'm able to enjoy the game regardless of what is and isn't being sold. Now, an example of this, to use a very well-known game, let's say, that I absolutely hated was the way when I was beating story bosses in Diablo Immortal, which I did not get very far in, to be fair, I only played it for like 6 hours before I couldn't stand it anymore. It kept reminding me of a value packs. And that was very much me feeling like the game just wants my money before I've even gotten a chance to know what the game is. And I hated it.
I exist in a very privileged mind. I exist in a very privileged position, which is the moment that I see a thing that says, give us your money, click this button, give us your money. As long as it does not stop me from being able to play content, my brain actually just stops seeing it.
Honestly, same.
And so while I understand on a fundamental level the arguments against a lot of the different microtransaction like opportunities that exist in video games and the prevalence of it, I actually don't really have an issue with the vast majority of like arguments or reasons against it. I'm just always more interested in the argument or like the dissonance between like, this one is egregious because it's in the game that I currently like, when I then look at every other example where microtransactions have existed and will continue to exist and are literally a part of like every single thing that I think that we do in society. Like, you go to the movie theaters. There are microtransactions at the movie theaters whose purpose is to further drain money out of you for the experience of going to the movie. These come in the form of popcorn, candy, soda, right?
Yes.
I would argue that a lot of people say you cannot go to the movies without these snacks because we've been taught that that is part of the experience. That being said, they are literally unnecessary, in a lot of places physically bad for you to consume. You do not need popcorn, you do not need candy, you do not need soda.
Not at all. And
you go, oh, it's literally too expensive for me to participate. I'm being gatekept from this experience. I will bring in my own. When in reality, it's just like not actually something that you need to be able to enjoy the content that's being served to you in any way that you've already paid for.
And I think part of a reason that people don't like it so aggressively in video games is there isn't the social contract of what you're getting into. Where when you go to the movies, you know that the popcorn, they're giving you like 8 cents of popcorn for $4. But in a video game, you don't have the same expectation where they're giving you literally nothing for your $20. Because through the game's world, it is often framed as something important. Like, oh, you're getting an epic, an SSR pull. All that. Which makes it feel more grandiose, but the experience itself is hollow. Now, maybe this is just because I'm someone who doesn't gamble. I don't get anything from gambling. But I always noticed that for that, the experience was hollow, and the game really, really tried to hype it up to me. So I would much rather that a game be honest. Another example of this would be, instead of using any sort of points or crystals, tell me, all right, this thing costs $6.99. It's like, okay, I see that. I don't have to do any math. Just, it's $6.99. I will decide if it is worth $6.99 of my dollars or not. So the more honest a game is, I think the less people have a problem with it.
I can definitely agree with that. There, the thing I always generally come back to, so yeah, I don't know. What about this part of the argument? Even the game just being very honest about how expensive it is just trying to play on a different part of your psyche, which is giving them credit for honesty. Whereas the other one, in attempting to be quote unquote like dishonest, when in reality, like you know, you're spending money for a thing in a game that ultimately either is or is not important. Their dishonesty is attempting to give you an excuse for you to be able to buy it when you normally wouldn't want to, but you will ultimately enjoy doing it. Like, is it not all just acting on human psychology?
Yes, and I think the difference there is it doesn't really act on my psychology. I don't generally buy things that often in games, at least not in terms of microtransactions. If it's something like a character, sure, I decide, do I want to play this character? If yes, I'll get it, and if not, no. With like outfits and stuff, I don't tend to buy them anyway. And with, you know, pay for power stuff, in general, the game's systems annoy me to the point where I just stop playing the game because it is trying too hard to get money out of me. And in doing so, it is annoying me.
Yes. Yeah, so to give some like context, right? League of Legends. League of Legends today is effectively the reason why microtransactions look the way that they look in games. I think in a very large part because it found a very powerful model that worked and like properly incentivized buyers to participate in its microtransactions, which is another reason why I find so often like the irony of people complaining that this is a mobile game thing. And I'm like, oh, you've clearly never played League of Legends. Have you ever played it? It's kind of one of the biggest video games to ever exist. But League of Legends says, do you want to play the character early? You can buy the character. Do you want your character to look cool from other people and you are going to develop a bond with this character? You can spend money for that too. I played League of Legends an ungodly amount of time. Thousands and thousands of hours I've spent on League of Legends over like a 10-year period. I gave them $20 for a single skin that I wanted over the entire 10 years that I played that game for free. I think I got my money's worth. I bought a thing that literally doesn't matter. I still have it, technically speaking, quote unquote, have it, but I haven't played League of Legends in 5 years, right? I don't think they got me. You know, I don't think they Illuminati'd. I don't think they reverse psychologied me. I don't give away the agency of my own decision making. I think they offered a product and I bought it. In games where it interrupts my ability to play the video game because they just keep going, did you know you could give us money? Yeah, absolutely. I will stop playing that game because I personally find that annoying. But I don't see it as malicious. I don't see it as manipulation. I don't see it as trying to psych me out and getting me to do a thing I wouldn't normally do. I just personally am not willing to be annoyed by a game to continue to be pestered to buy a thing. But that just means I just stop playing one of the video games that exists in the universe. I don't think it really gets much deeper than that.
For you or me, maybe no. But what about someone where that persuasion does work? Where if a video game doesn't say, hey, buy this, they won't buy it. But if a video game does say, hey, buy this, they will.
That person was going to spend money on things. Like we can get into the conversation of, does capitalism prey on people with addictive behavior? That's like a pretty massive conversation that I do not personally feel like empowered to legitimately discuss in an intelligent way because I've not studied the psychology of it. I agree that capitalism consumes all, right? Like,
Yes.
I think ultimately capitalism, it seeks to remove money from people, regardless of whether or not they can afford to have that money or to not have that money. But if this person is enjoying playing the video game and sees a thing that says like, hey, you could give us money, hey, you could give us money, hey, you could give us money, and goes, I'm willing to give them money to either A, not see this anymore, which is, I think, a decision that you're making, or B, is spending money they normally wouldn't. How do we even define that criteria?
Well, I have a good example of this actually from a friend of mine who for a while was a blackjack dealer. And there were times where he was dealing for people and they'd be saying, yeah, you know, my rent's due tomorrow. And so I'm trying to get enough money to pay my rent at the blackjack table. And, you know, he'd say, are you really sure you want to do that? You know, I'm not supposed to be telling you this, but you realize you could end up with no money tomorrow if you do this. And they're like, yeah, I know, but I won't have enough money to pay my rent anyway. And so I have to do this. The problem with a lot of a video games encouraging to that level is there's a warning for casinos. There's at least in a lot of places, you know, I don't trust myself. I'm going to tell the casino they are not allowed to let me in. There isn't that for video games. Video games are often labeled as safe for children. And so I think there's an extra burden of, if we're going to have these things in the games, we should treat them the way we treat those things elsewhere in the world. And that's
absolutely.
Yeah. And that's often missed. And because it's missed, I think there should be a higher burden of what a game should or shouldn't be allowed to do in terms of its contents and its labeling and all that.
So this falls into an area where I'm increasingly ignorant. I have not looked into what is in the works as far as regulations are concerned for how games can market their spending models, right? I'm not sure where regulation is on that. I think it would be incredibly reasonable. Like, the moment that your game has a loot box, especially in the example of something like Call of Duty, where you can, without much effort, turn what you get into that game into real life money, and it costs real life money to be able to acquire it. To me, that needs to come with a labeling, bare minimum, that says that this is actively gambling. And it's why games are not, like, it's why Diablo Immortal was, you know, literally not able to be published in certain countries, right?
Yes.
Because it was labeled as gambling. Which, the moment that you know it's gambling, though, right? Because this is so rough. This is really, really rough. I guess it comes down to whether or not you believe that it is ultimately good for people to have free will. It's like that's kind of my issue with the conversation, because its ultimate terminus for me is how much free will are people allowed to have to offset the potential of evil committed by things having the potential for a negative outcome. Which seems like a very grandiose conversation topic when we apply it to video games, but what I choose to do when I play a video game is still real life at the end of the day.
Yep. And that's a hard one, because I don't think there's a clear-cut this should be the answer. Because there are certain cases where clearly people should not be allowed to unilaterally extend their free will. To use a example, it's pretty far away from video games. There are people who are like, murder is fun. They should not be allowed to freely extend their will to murder. But then there are other things that aren't nearly as harmful on a grand scale, like, should you be allowed to get soda at the movies? It's not good for you. I would say yes, you should be allowed to get soda at the movies. And so where do video games fall on that? And I think it depends on the game, because if we're talking about a game that doesn't actively push you to constantly spend, or is limited in what you can spend on, that's different from a game that is constantly pushing you to spend, or worse yet, has in-game systems designed for the sole purpose of getting you to spend more. A great example of this, are you familiar with Genshin Impact?
Yes.
So, there's the gacha where you pull the characters. And then there's also energy, which gates your ability to do certain activities in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Energy's only purpose is to get you to spend money and to make you feel less satisfied with your experience until you do, and also mean that if someone does, they literally get to play the game more, which the goal of playing games is, well, to enjoy them, so they get more enjoyment. And that's where things get really nefarious, in my opinion, because then you're kind of teaching someone that spending money is the fun. And I think that is very dangerous when something isn't clearly labeled as, this is gambling, the point of a fun is to spend the money.
So energy systems are strictly for driving MTX. I think we can all agree on that, because I don't think that there's ever been an implementation of an energy system that has not also then been linked to RMTs.
None that I'm aware of, anyway.
None that I'm aware of. You know, I was going to make an argument, because what's interesting is that energy is an evolution of systems like daily quest limits, right? From World of Warcraft. You had a quest limit. You could only do so many dailies per day, which would limit the influx of gold into the system. It helped to moderate it helped to moderate the in-game economy to a small degree, but it also had the very real in-game impact of forcing you to stop playing the game if all you cared about was grinding out gold, right? There was no reason to play the game more that day because your ability to generate gold at that rate was literally lower. There's almost a world where you can use energy limits to make sure that people are playing your game in a healthy way.
Yes, provided there's no way to ever bypass it.
There's no way to ever bypass it. And I never really thought about it. I'm more so just exploring this concept because I never really thought about it past that point. But it's interesting. It's almost veiled as if like, don't keep endlessly grinding, because you know what? Sometimes you gotta get off the game. But if you give us money, you can just keep playing. It's a very interesting concept. So to get back to the original concept, one, I think that we should ultimately, just because I was playing devil's advocate a little bit, I think that we should ultimately seek to protect those who can be harmed by systems, especially when the net benefit is ultimately put into the hands of capitalist elites. Because I don't think that we, the people, should ultimately suffer at the hands of us not gaining power over our financial stability. And as that pertains to video games, if you have a gacha machine, I think it's fine for that to exist. But ultimately needs to be properly advertised to people so that they are fully empowered to consent to participating in those systems.
Yes.
And if games are not regulated in that way currently, I would like to see them regulated in that way. Because I think it's perfectly fine for the game to say, if you've got money, you can spend it here and you will become powerful. That is our model. and that kind of gets back to what you were saying about when the game is honest about it. I don't think that games should have the ability to be dishonest about it, ultimately. Because dishonesty always is malicious, regardless of the outcome. To lie is to act without consent, and consent is ultimately like the only cosmic truth that I believe in, that like every action a human can take ultimately comes down to whether or not you did or did not have consent. So like when I was discussing, or when I was bringing up the topic of like, does it really matter what part of the human brain they seek to like manipulate to get you to do this thing? It was never with the idea of acting without consent. It was just more so like whether or not they just said out loud, this is paying for power versus this is paying for convenience.
Yeah, which that's another thing that is often used as a slippery slope, because there is paying for convenience in the sense of, hey, here's a nice little convenient thing that you get if you support us. Then there's paying for convenience in the sense of, we could just make the game better, but we have chosen to not make the game better so that we can sell you the convenience separately. And that's a really dangerous one, I would say, because what it leads to is a game that feels bad to play unless you pay. And therefore, you never have to stop paying. So you wouldn't pay for a subscription, and therefore the game wants to annoy you into paying for this subscription until you do. Also, to go back to energy and daily quests, I hadn't drawn that before because I thought that energy systems were an evolution of the timers you saw in like the really early web-based city builders like Sivany.
Can you speak on that a little bit more? I don't catch the reference.
It changed its name to Evany afterwards. Clash of Clans. Are you familiar with that?
Yep.
Sivany or Evany was basically the game that created the genre that Clash of Clans occupied.
Okay.
And so you'd have all these build timers, but you could pay to skip them. And so it's the same concept of you have to pay money to keep playing the game.
I think that's its most recent common ancestor for sure. And I'm not even sure that game development went from limiting actions players can take in game for non-nefarious reasons, like straight to, oh, people are willing to pay if you let them. That just seems like a very logical common ancestor to me, but it actually may have developed out of like completely different ideologies or attempts by the video game industry to become more profitable.
Yeah, and another really interesting example of this actually is Sony's discussing how they want their games to be episodic again, which on the one hand is a way to get someone to pay more money for the same experience. But on the other hand, you have something like Final Fantasy Remake, which is clearly an episodic title that fits into Sony's paradigm for this. And I'll admit, I haven't played it because I want to wait for all of them to come out because they're episodic, but I've watched some people play it. Everyone I've watched play it has enjoyed it. So if you are for the price you're paying, getting a good experience, even if it isn't the complete game, quote unquote, is that okay? And I'm leaning towards, in that case, yes.
I think that's perfectly okay. The interesting part about it is it's very, very interesting. So do I think Square Enix could have afforded to just develop a full remastered or remade Final Fantasy VII experience in a slightly bent version of the genre and released it as a single game that had, another like 200 to 300 hours of gameplay in it, like you could get out of the original Final Fantasy VII? Yes, they have the capital to do that. Do other games have the money to be able to do that? No. And are there communities willing to pony up to be able to get the full game experience? Yes. the moment that like a game, like the moment that a developer, or even the moment that a team has the money of a publisher that would be required to have the development time, now is it evil? Now is it wrong? That's such a hard question to answer, I think. Like, is each game being released for the Final Fantasy remake a fully formed, 30-hour game experience? If yes, is that fine?
I think you kind of hit on the important kernel there. It comes down, and this is probably a personal or individual choice, but it comes down to when you play the game, do you feel like getting a good product for what you paid for? Are you happy to pay the price? Even if that price is playing the game over multiple episodes. And
right.
If you are unhappy to pay the price, then it's not worth it. If you're happy to pay the price, then it's worth it. But can we measure that objectively?
The answer is a definitive no. And it ultimately comes down to like how the individual fans of that game feel, right? So like right now Square Enix is saying everybody has wanted us to do a remake of Final Fantasy VII forever. In fact, it is insane that we haven't yet, showing how profitable it is to just remaster, even just remastering a game, not even remaking it, but just remastering a game is so wildly profitable for companies that have these IPs with the power of like Final Fantasy VII, right?
Yes.
The Last of Us games have been remade 25,000 times, and people keep buying them. But every time you buy it, you get a full game experience. Final Fantasy, like Square Enix is like, oh, you want this thing? You have to consume it in the way that we're creating it. Get bent. From an outside perspective, as me being a person where Final Fantasy VII is my favorite of the Final Fantasy games, it's basically the first JRPG I ever played, and like defined my early gaming experience. I'm also waiting until it's just fully released for somebody to make a video essay on whether or not it was okay for them to release it in this way, basically, before I go buy it. So they're already alienating at least part of their consumer base and making it be this type of experience. Is it morally right? I don't know. If everybody goes, nah, dude, it was great. Every single game was worth the price point. I had 40 to 50 hours of gameplay. It made it more digestible for me. Whatever. Then I guess the outcome defines whether or not it was okay. But like, the ends can't justify the means. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I unless you think that is okay, which is like another completely impossible to calculate judgment call.
Yeah. I do think sometimes with games, the ends can justify the means. But would it in this case? I'm not sure, because then I look at other games like Baldur's Gate 3 that has so much content and is so dense that it's actually hard to get through. And I wonder, okay, but what if this was 3 Baldur's Gates? Would that be better? That when you're actually putting in the density and the craft, is it better to break it up? And if you, as a developer, make more money for creating the well-crafted product split into 3 parts, that's okay, because it's better for the end user as well. And then I think back to, because games used to have more episodic stuff and more, sequels and part 1s and part 2s. A lot of those games felt very unfinished. It felt like they took one game and just cut it in half. And so that's the other pressure of, well, if you can take your one game and make it into 5 games, well, that's 5 times the money, assuming everyone buys all of them, but that's never going to happen. It's going to be, if it's a really beloved IP, everyone buys the first one, and maybe some people buy the second and third, but then by the 4th, everyone's like, this sucks. Why would I buy this anymore? This has been terrible since the start. Why did they do this? And that's always the danger. It takes the incentive away from making the best product possible, but then that's already gone for so many games that I don't know if it matters. And indie games are so good that I also don't know if it matters what Sony does. So maybe let them try it, and in a couple of years we'll be talking about, oh, that was a terrible decision, or oh, that was a great decision. Just like how we can look back, okay, admittedly, you could look in the moment and know this was a terrible decision, but all the games that were like, we're going to add NFTs, and that went absolutely nowhere.
Yeah. Like, what if we all added NFTs? It's like, what if we all didn't?
Yeah. I mean, at least Dan Olsen got to make an awesome video out of it. Are you familiar with Dan Olsen or his channel on YouTube, Holding Ideas?
I am not.
Really good video essayist. He has made some of my favorite videos on various topics. And he had a video called The Line Goes Up, where he talked about NFTs and how basically they only work as long as they go up, and they're not going to go up forever. And everyone's just acting like they're going to go up forever. And he made this, at the height of the whole thing. He also has a really good video on why it's rude to suck at Warcraft that goes into how add-ons and innate competitiveness changed the game and then changes the design. Because when you have players using add-ons to be competitive, all of a sudden, what that really means is without those add-ons, you are non-competitive. The add-ons become the standard. And that's why whenever there's certain things like auto loot being added to games, I'm like, you have to be really careful with that because it's a Pandora's box. Now the game is designed around auto loot, so anyone who doesn't have it or doesn't want to use it or did certain things that aren't conducive to it, well, that's the bar now. Those people are left out. It doesn't bring everyone up so much as brings the game up, and you have to improve to match it. Or if auto loot is paid, you have to pay to match it. And I guess the same could be said for paid power as well. That when it doesn't impact the game in a competitive way, or when the game itself is non-competitive, then it doesn't matter as much, which is why in Torchlight, I'm not too worried because I can play it and have fun. But if Torchlight had PvP, I would be very concerned about it, because then all of a sudden someone else's competitiveness can significantly ruin my experience. And if I decided, well, because of pets existing, I can't play Trade League, that I get priced out of the economy, well, it has solo self-found now. And I might say, all right, well, I'm going to play solo self-found. That doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, that's the other interesting part too. It's like, let's be very honest. You don't hear about the people spending money on the game, but we know that spending money on the game must be a very common and simple thing, and it must be very lucrative because games are continuing to move towards including those things. And ultimately, I think all a game really has to do to keep good faith in its player base is offer an alternative, which can be as simple as them buying more server space to just go, if you hate that, here's solo self-found. Because the people who were not going to continue to play the game because of these things being part of it would get what they want, seemingly. They get to have the gameplay experience without being negatively impacted by other people having money that they don't have. The people who are going to spend the money and can afford to safely were always going to do it. And in fact, to take away their ability to do that, I think is doing a substantial amount of harm. Because why else am I working to have this money if not to be able to spend it in the ways that I want to? And then the sad amount of the population who's being negatively impacted by it, who could be saved, that's ultimately up to each individual. nation state to determine what they do and do not do, to regulate that, to care for their citizenship. And while I think it's bad, asking people to go above and beyond in every single thing that they could do to minimize harm in every single way is not a realistic thing, as far as I'm concerned. And ultimately, it comes down to like whether or not you think they're intentionally seeking to harm these people. But just like give people a solo self-found. You get to save the face. You get to say, look, if you don't want to participate, here you go. We completely understand and we agree, and you shouldn't feel pressured. And then like that small contingent of players that like were going to cause a problem for your game's ability to maintain like social good graces can be properly mollified. It seems just like a full, like it's just strictly a win-win-win situation for the game company. So it must be that the cost is larger than I expect it to be. Because if it's that easy, why would they not elect to do it right away?
Oh, so I think it's that the cost in a different way is larger. Because the cost is that happy person is now never going to spend money.
And what's very interesting to me, though, is that I am that person. And it was after 10 years of playing League of Legends, I gave them $20. They lost money on me. I was never going to give them money. I effectively didn't give them money. If you look at the raw hours that their servers had to support my internet making connections to them.
Yeah.
So it must be that there is like a vast amount of information that's not available to us that helps to define why this is not a more prevalent practice of just like completely mollifying all possible players. And for like small game companies, right? Like I understand how like a small publisher or a small developer wouldn't have the capital to be able to support this in its like initial development of the game. That being said, if you're like a small company and your first concern is to like oust your player base of as much money as possible, you're probably a scam artist. I don't feel bad for you.
Yeah, very true. That actually, not to ramble too far off topic, but that's one of the reasons why I enjoy indie games so much, because they don't have to think about making it a viable product a lot of the time. It's just one or two people who make something cool that then gets put up on Steam. And sure, their second game, they'll have to think about that to an extent. But the first couple, you just get some really unique experiences because someone just did it in their free time for the love of it existing. And then you get to see them incorporate, okay, they did it that way once, and now they're going to do it as, all right, well, it has to be viable because I have this company and I have these employees now. That's totally fair. But how am I going to use that for good to take it to the next level? And the best example I can think of with that is Supergiant Games, where their earliest titles felt very much like that raw, just doing it because you love it. And now with Hades 2 and even Hades, you know, they had an early access. That is a thing that you do because you have a product that you want to do well, so that when it releases, it's good. But that's also, when used correctly, good for the customer, because the game is better when it releases. Yes, exactly, extra.
Yeah, it's very that like brings up even like another like much more interesting point, which is just like Hades is a massive game, right? It's going to be widely held as one of the best video games ever made. It's going to have one of the, you know, short of that developer, you know, jumping itself off the deep end, it's going to be one of the most like well-respected endeavors in the video game industry. There must be like a difference in profit between what they're able to do and what just like a bigger developer like is financially responsible for its shareholders, that like changes the ability to work in this way.
I think it's exactly that, shareholders. Because if you look at Larian Studios, I mean, they're not huge, but they're not tiny either. grinding your games, not huge, but not tiny. Both of them have a very good reputation, and I think the difference is neither one's a publicly traded company. That if we scale this up even larger, compare Valve to, let's just say, I mean, it's not a perfect comparison, but Ubisoft. Like, both do run a platform. How does Valve run their platform versus how does Ubisoft run theirs? Well, Ubisoft is a for-profit, publicly traded company that needs to be the most profitable at all times. Valve is privately held, so they can say, we're going to do some things that are definitely just for profit, like that CSGO gambling stuff, or I guess CS2 gambling stuff. We're going to pretend that doesn't exist because it makes us tons of money. But then they can do other things like say, all right, but we have this really good refund policy, and we have these other very pro-consumer things because we're a privately held company and we have to make money, but we don't have to make all the money. So I wonder if the big difference where everything goes wrong is literally just when things become publicly held and fiduciary duty gets involved, it goes wrong.
God damn it. It's capitalism again.
Have a good night, Extra.
Goddamn capitalism. Just let me have cool stuff.
I know, right?
Because we can get into like so much stuff, right? Like, it's definitely that it's definitely that video games are a more like, I don't want to use terms that are like too hyperbolic here, but they are like a sacred hobby. At least for a lot of people still. I think that video gaming is like a very, very sacred hobby. It's like a very important thing. It's entrenched in a lot of trauma of people's experiences, growing up and being able to escape.
Definitely.
And that makes transgressions, that makes the repercussions of capitalism feel so stark and personal in these spaces that I think like amplifies our reaction when the very simple realities of for-profit companies trying to make profit and selling a product that we want to consume. And then seeing that greed firsthand, it's like, well, how dare you be greedy? I'm like, well, the artists, the developers, the artists are making a work of art. The company is trying to drive a profit. And these are two very separate concepts to me.
Yes.
And I choose to consent to give that company money to get the art from the artists that I like.
Yeah, and that's another thing that people tend to go all or nothing, where regardless of a decision that is made, people go, oh, it's the dev's fault. When if you're using dev to refer to the company, okay. But if you're referring to the individual person working on the game, no. A lot of the time it's someone who just loved the genre or loves games and wanted to make them. They got hired to do a job and did a job and didn't have any input, maybe didn't even have any knowledge about that part. Like, okay, if we're talking about a solo indie dev does something scummy for monetization, all right, then yes, it's their fault. Like, the buck stops with you if you are a single person and that's the company. But to go back to and actually defend, the devs who worked on Diablo Immortal, that some of them personally got flack for things that they had no control over. I'm sure that if you are the artist who designed, let's just say, the Blood Knight class, you didn't make the game's monetization. Your only choice is, do you quit the job, potentially working for the company that you've wanted to work for all your life, or do you keep working for them? And, why shouldn't you be proud of the thing that you made when the artistic passion in the artwork itself is still very legitimate? Which
that's just to very quickly add on some flack here for people who like make it personal against the developers. I love this concept of well, if they actually had integrity, they would quit. Oh, you quit your job right now.
Yup.
Find out that your company is not perfectly morally chaste, that it does not like serve the exact ideals that you of your own personal faith or way of life or karmic scale, whatever you consider. Find out they don't do that. Now quit your job today. Oh, it's not an option? Of course it's not. That was insane for you to even vaguely suggest as like a legitimate option for these people to regain their honor in your eyes. Sorry, I just wanted to yell at people who I've had arguments with on the internet.
Oh, no, it's fine. I mean, another one is this concept of the minute a company makes a single mistake, such as with their monetization, they are, it's a permanent black mark on the soul of that company and they're going to be damned forever. It's like, no, companies can make mistakes with their monetization and they can correct them. And if you don't acknowledge that they have corrected it and say, hey, I didn't like this, I don't want to ever see this happen, but you corrected it, then you're giving them no incentive to not just keep doing it, because if they can't fix the problem, the damage is already done, they might as well just keep doing it now.
Right, yeah, like yeah, and I mean like that's rough too, because it's like stop giving them your money, but also stop screaming long enough for them to hear the feedback and have the potential to act on it. Right? Like
Yes.
you have the ability to positively impact this in a meaningful way, as opposed to continue to just like incite unreason, especially when they make good on it, right? Like I'm trying to think. Obviously, like everybody is going to perpetually point to, what's the video game? No Man's Sky. They're going to
Yes.
perpetually point to No Man's Sky.
Yeah, they 100% made good on it. They said, we got overly ambitious. We did not mean for this to happen. We were out of our depth. We're going to make it right. They made it right. And it's interesting, though, because that's a case where people did forgive, where with a lot of live services, I feel like people don't. And it gets even worse because you mentioned the whole, stop giving them money, but also stop screaming to, give them a chance. That doesn't happen.
No.
They keep giving money and just scream louder.
Yes.
It's like, okay, but now you're not giving them any incentive to correct the behavior because you are just going to keep screaming at them regardless. And if they correct it, you're just going to keep screaming at them. Like if I get a comment on YouTube where someone's like, I hate this video, it's the worst video ever. And I notice that person has only ever commented that on every video I make. I'm not going to change anything about my videos because one weirdo's screaming on the internet.
Screaming. I mean, we could just share stories of people screaming into the void, but at us all day, which is a very, just a
Yes.
very interesting, circumstance of making content that I was. No one can really prepare you for it. They say don't read the comments, but they can't explain the insanity of it.
Build is in the pinned comment.
But that would also just be 48 hours straight of me being like, no, you got to hear this one. In this one, I ruined this person's love of fettuccine Alfredo. Like you gotta listen.
Oh, you'll have to tell me that story sometime.
But yeah, it's very, very interesting. But yeah, like don't give evil corporations and evil capitalists your money, but also like be responsible with your money and understand that like also nobody owes you anything. You know what I mean?
Yes. That's the other part, that whether it's companies or content creators, beyond explicit contractual obligations, nobody owes you anything. Now, like if you buy something and you get a license agreement, they do owe you certain things outlined in that. And if they don't deliver on that, you should absolutely have a problem with it. But if it is not in the specific agreements you have, nobody owes you anything. And sure, there's, implied agreements as well. But let's say, within the good faith of contractual and implied agreements, if it's outside of that, nobody owes you anything.
All right, so I'm doing my second, just a quick segue back to like this video game that I guess I'm playing. I'm doing my second nightmare. I did my first one. I got a bunch of dope stuff, and I got a duplicate of that restoration item I think you said I should get.
Oh, nice. Spring Resurrection?
Wait, hold on. Yeah, I have 2 of them.
Yes.
I'm dual wielding them. I got really excited because I thought I was getting back that cool chest piece, but I did not get one. How valuable is adds flat damage to spells? Like adds 10 fire damage to spells. What percentage of my damage is that? I guess I could look.
You can look at the base damage and then the effectiveness of added damage. So
how do I look at the effectiveness of added damage?
It's a stat on your skill. I think you have to show advanced skill descriptions to see it.
Okay.
Finally getting the hang of dodging these nightmares.
And it should say effectiveness of added damage?
Yes. Actually, wait, is it skill damage multiplier in this game? See, this brings us back to a comment from earlier in the night about how more games should have more of the same terminology used so that everyone can actually follow along with it. Because I can never remember. All right, let me look at my skill so that I can... Okay, so it's effectiveness of added damage right at the top, where you have to do the expanded view. It'll be, skill name, requirement, tags, mana cost, cast interval,
effectiveness of added damage. Okay.
Yes.
And does this tooltip already reflect if I have, like, this, I'm using Ice Lances, it does cold damage. Does this already reflect if I have added cold damage on my character? In the how much damage it deals? No, okay.
No, not in the skill menu. In the DPS tooltip, yes.
Should I equipped my hero trait. I don't know what it does. Should I be feeling it?
For the first one, slightly. I wouldn't say Gemma's the sort of character where you immediately feel your hero trait upon equipping the first one. Restore 2% while blocking. That's good.
Okay. When the last time I went to this nightmare, it was like very obvious what was happening. Right now, nothing is happening, and I don't know why. I don't want to leave the nightmare.
Do you have any pink arrows on your screen? Oh wait, did a portal spawn that says leave nightmare?
Yes.
That means you killed the last route and you've effectively completed it. You can go back and mop up extra enemies, but at low levels, I don't think it's worth it.
Oh, what? Why did it offer to send me back into the nightmare then?
It does that. I think because you might want to go mop up those enemies later.
No, I full cleared it.
Oh.
So I found another one of them. It says, Time of Awakening. The bubbles have become real in the nightmare. Challenge the nightmare again. Remaining times 4 out of 6. Or I could reset Dream.
Yeah, you want to reset Dream there because that lets you enter a new instance rather than just re-enter the old one. And yes, Cyberpunk, to go back to the topic, was another game that did redeem themselves. That's a good point. I guess thinking about it more, why you can re-enter, it's probably just in case someone wants to pick up loot or something, that there's no specific reason to close the instance until you reset it.
I guess that has a value to it, sure.
I was at first struggling to think why, just because that's how all instances in Torchlight work, that if you don't, open an instance over it or otherwise reset it, it just exists. So I was like, oh, well, it just does in the game. But it probably is just so you can go back in and loot if you feel the need. Oh, and also probably because phones. Because if you're playing a mobile game and you need to put it down.
Absolutely, phones make sense. That's a very convincing argument for me.
Yep. Oh, I'm about to do my next hero trial. Poor Milky. I pulled up his guide and I've just been consistently deviating from it throughout.
Oh no.
And not even in the, I try what he's doing and I'm like, I'm going to do something different. It's like, I just completely ignore it. I'm like, I want to do this. I'm going to do this instead.
Oh no, is Lean motivated to stop his wife from becoming a tragic backstory?
You already fought Liv, right?
I believe so. I'm in a big church.
Yeah. Okay. So in short, his wife already became a tragic backstory.
Yeah.
That was the boss before.
What level are you at this point?
49, about to be 50.
What? What am I doing?
I don't actually know Easy Peasy. I got one, and I was like, oh, a character icon.
Do you get to like skip campaign or something? Do you always have to do the campaign at the start of the season?
You always have to do it at the start of a season, yes. They do have a paid campaign skip for second characters, but kind of going back to some of our discussions about being fair to people's competitive nature, you have to level the first character yourself. You can't pay to skip it.
Okay, so you're just God Gamer. Okay.
No, I'm not a God Gamer. I've just played this game too much. Let's go to Twitch quickly and see what level Milky is.
What level is Milky? Is Milky the hyper tryhard on the team?
Yes, he is. He literally wrote all the leveling guides. Oh, god damn it. I can't see that because his webcam is covering it and he's AFK, so I can't yell at him to move it. God damn it, Milky.
Yell at chat. Chat, somebody tell me what level Milky is.
I'm going to abuse his chat. Like, what level is Milky?
That's not abuse. That's free engagement while he's gone. You're doing his job for him.
True. 81.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Back to your question, Easy Peasy.
He probably didn't disenchant his cool energy item.
I should just try to use it and see what happens.
Where do I get... I just desperately want more energy just because I feel like I did a dumb. Is it just get lucky?
No, it's get higher level. You have to get to about level 40, and then it starts giving you energy as a stat on gear. Okay, well, I don't know where the token is.
Sorry, did Lean just call me a loser?
Yep.
You just go, huh, loser. Okay, calm down.
I don't know, it's big words for a guy I bonked in the head twice and he exploded. That's also a little bit of why I've leveled so quickly. I'm playing a build where I just kind of attack once and everything within the radius of my attack is dead.
Oh, I also assumed that like if either one of you all were just playing the character that I was playing, what my output would be right now would be significantly different, you know. I like to think that I'm like a fairly smart gamer, but like I'm not about to pretend that I could just offset raw experience and game knowledge.
So aside of ice lances, what else are you using? And do you want potentially a tip that would vastly improve your single target damage?
I don't want a tip, I will tell you.
Okay.
So I have Ice Lance with multiple projectiles and efficient cast on. Compound Potion with Limber Stretch. Frigid Transmission with quick mobility. I had a bunch of other modifiers on it when I had energy.
Yep.
Frost Core with Freeze Chance, which is what I thought I could use to churn out faster use on my evade skill, like leave a fight with it already off cooldown. And then Frost Terra with Freeze Chance on it as well. That's what I'm currently running.
Okay. So the tip I was going to give, I'm going to explain it because you've done it anyway.
Okay.
Frost Terra significantly increases your damage output when you're using Ice Lances because there's synergy between the skills.
Yep.
Yep.
Perfect. All right. Well, so I'm just okay. So the answer is I'm just bad. Got it.
No, I mean, part of the answer is you're playing Ice Lances, which, while not terrible, isn't as strong as some of the other options you have available. And part of it's also that you've never done this before, and I've done this many times. So there's plenty of things that you're stopping and reading and paying attention to where I'm just like, la 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 la, ignore that, kill him, la la la, going through.
Hey, I appreciate you being nice.
If you wanted to play this game for a while seriously and focus on getting good at leveling, you would have very quickly passed me. I'm not very good at leveling.
Okay, I will ask for the god powers. I picked Goddess of Knowledge.
Yes.
And now it's like, now pick another thing.
Magister.
Magister, okay.
Because Magister is the tree that has the spell burst synergy. That especially the 38-point major talent on Magister is completely insane for spell burst builds, because it reduces the damage of any skill that does not benefit from spell burst in exchange for allowing your spell burst charge speed to scale with your cast speed.
Ooh, okay. Oh, homie, it's 1 a.m, huh?
Oh, so it is.
So here's my problem. Here's my problem. Last night, because I was supposed to like participate in a tournament yesterday, and it got pushed off, and it was a whole to do. But then like my audio mixer just exploded itself. It just decided it didn't want to anymore. And when I don't have a microphone, I can't do the ding dang content. So long story short is I mostly just spent a lot of yesterday trying to troubleshoot computer issues that had no resolution, and then didn't get to sleep until 4 a.m. because I just couldn't go to sleep. So I napped for like 2 or 3 hours today after getting home from my day job. And I was like, this game starts at 9 p.m. Ooh, boy. Are they sure about that? Are they sure that that's what needs to happen? All right.
Yeah,
So I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it in my old age.
that's fair. I'm probably going to keep playing for a bit because I'm the sort of night owl who stays up till 4 a.m. regularly anyway. And so it is still moderately early in the night for me. And I want to at least get to the end game, which I'm level 50. I'll probably get there by level 60. So I definitely want to get there. But don't feel obligated to stay just because I'm going to keep going. That if you're tired, the game will be here tomorrow.
Yeah, but I want to like. Okay, are you still actively doing the campaign?
Sort of. I've gotten to you've beaten the campaign story part, and you're doing the filler, run through zones part.
How if I'm main story, escape the inner city, go to the plaza, and I'm killing a bunch of what I thought were the good people?
They are not the good people. They are the cult. They certainly pretend to be the good people.
Okay. How much more required story is there?
You're almost
Like
at the
more
halfway
hours?
point.
Halfway point, dog.
Yes. If you wanted a good stopping point, I would say it is after you complete the church area. Actually, wait. You just fought Lean. So you're basically at that. Because right after...
Did I fight Lean?
Oh, did you? Never
Lean
mind.
picked up the thing and laughed at me.
Oh, sorry. You have a little ways to go, and then you fight Lean.
Bro, spoilers literally ruined my gameplay experience.
Don't worry, I haven't told you about the real boss fight.
That's also a spoiler.
But what if I'm just messing with you?
Then you're an asshole. You can't have it both ways. I will lose this budding more than an acquaintanceship that we are working on currently just to win this argument. I'm a spiteful person.
Well, I guess I'll let you win this time then.
That's not fun. That's not what I get out of winning. Now you're denying me the thing that I want. Dude, this is wrong. This is messed up. Does evasion matter?
Yes, but not a ton at your level. Armor's really, really good at low levels. Evasion isn't good till later. Because evasion is a chance to avoid damage. But it doesn't do anything once you inevitably get hit. So if that hit will kill you, it's pointless. When evasion becomes good is when you can pair it with either armor or deflection to mitigate the hits that you will take by necessity eventually. Also, if it makes you feel better, I'm level 52 now, and I don't have my level 50 hero trait because I keep forgetting to get it.
That does make me feel better, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know what it means, but it does make me feel better.
I don't remember exactly what the trait is. I'll find out in just a minute when I do it, but likely do a lot more damage.
Is spell skill level powerful?
Yes, very powerful. In fact, even for attacks in Torchlight, skill level is often quite powerful. I say is often because there are some exceptions. All right, as for what a level 50 thing that I just got does, it gives me more restoration of my special class resource. And then based on how much of a resource I have, I deal additional damage if I've blocked recently and enemies are in my holy domain. And I restore missing life and energy shield when blocking.
That seems pretty good.
Yes, it's very good. In fact, it's so good that I'm going to try the next dimensional thing, which is above my level, and see if I can survive it, which probably not. Actually, I'm surviving this. Never mind, I lied. As long as I don't mess up, I'm fine. It's often worth it to do them a couple levels ahead because you get extra skill points.
Oh, interesting.
But only if your build can take it, which sometimes some characters your build can, some characters your build can't. For Rosa, it definitely looks like you're in the can category, which makes sense. I mean, her whole deal is being a tank. Oh, I might actually pull this off. A spell totem support would be interesting. The closest we have is the new beam skill. It kind of feels like a spell totem support, but not really. It's almost a spell minion support. Well, as it turns out, I could do the level 62 version currently. Just barely, though. Which shows how this setup is performing well past what it should be.
Yeah, like what's the watermark? Like how high above does a build perform if played right?
I'm in general 1 ahead. If you can do 2 ahead, that means it's something drastically more powerful than it should be at that level. And then 3 ahead is, okay, that's going to get hotfixed.
Oh, damn, okay. Do they do, like, mid-season hotfixes?
For major bugs, yes. And to go 3 ahead, basically I would have to be fighting level, like, 70-something enemies at level 50. And those things should have literally 3 times the damage and health of anything. Or actually more, probably, no, 3 sounds about right. 3 or 4 times the damage and health of anything I should be fighting at my level, even a super scary boss. So if I could do that, it would be a big problem. But I doubt I could. There was one point where they had to hotfix, actually the character you're playing right now. Because it used to be when you converted damage, all of the previous bonuses apply. And one of her traits said your cold bonuses apply to fire, and your fire bonuses apply to cold. And your cold and fire apply to lightning. So you'd convert lightning to cold to fire, and literally quadruple dip on any damage that you did.
Yeah, that seems fine. Why would you hotfix that? Is that not what they wanted? Is it?
No, they didn't think that people would do that and that it would quadruple dip. And so then it was hotfixed to it. You can still do the conversions and get additional bonuses, but each instance of the bonus only applies once. Because the point is to scale from additional modifiers, not have the same modifier applied 3 times. Also, they had to... Another of the characters is a trapper or miner archetype. If you... Oh, no, you haven't seen that in Path of Exile. It's not really like a trapper rogue in Diablo. but kind of sort of a little bit. In short, they had to hotfix him as well, because if you had chance to trigger skill an additional time, you would get an infinite loop that just crashed your game after generating hundreds of bombs.
Oh yeah, there actually that would happen in Elemental Whisper Belt. Is that good?
Is that the attack one or the spell one?
That's a great question.
I'm trying to remember, because there's some low-level items that are really good for attacks and some that are good for spells. If it has a bunch of flat damage to spells, put it on. If it has a bunch of flat damage to attacks, then don't.
Sounds good. The Blood Lance Necromancer in Diablo 4 had a thing that said if a monster is already lanced, fire a lance at another monster. It'll try to fire at an unlanced monster. But once everything was hit, they would just all go recursive off one another. Because they would hit a monster that was already lanced, summoning a lance, which would hit a monster that's already lanced, summoning a lance, and just literally bring down the entire seed or the entire shard. If somebody started attacking a monster somewhere else, 20 tiles away from you.
I can understand why that got hotfixed and temporarily disabled. That seems exactly like what the devs should do. Ooh, opening a tier
Lotus
1 and getting
Seeds progress. I did it.
Nice.
I don't know what that means, but I did it.
Torchlight also has some interesting optimization quirks, which I don't know if they'll stick around for multiplayer. But at least for right now, you can do some talent swapping things in combat to min-max.
Oh, there's a progression modifier system for the nightmares.
Yes, there's a meta progression system for the nightmares.
How are you supposed to play this game on mobile?
I don't know. There's no left-handed mode, so I just don't play it on mobile.
Like the amount of menus I would have to know to get into right now at this point is like fairly overwhelming, if I'm being very honest.
That's fair, although I also think part of that is a reason for the game's success, because the gameplay doesn't feel like a mobile game, and a lot of the design doesn't feel like a mobile game. It feels like a PC game with a mobile UI.
Sure. Yeah, overwhelming is not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's a barrier of entry for new players.
Yeah.
But depth of systems is, this is very clearly very aggressively inspired by PoE.
Yes, very much so. At one point, I believe they said that all of their developers had to have 1,000 hours in either Diablo 3 or Path of Exile.
That's very interesting. I mean, that makes sense, right?
Yep. That you've got to play the games to know them. I kind of want this. I'm getting it. We go open wounds, don't we? Yes, we definitely go open wounds.
Am I meant to be crafting stuff whenever I see one of these raccoon boys?
No, but you are meant to be crafting stuff. So if you just hit B and bring up your inventory, which by the way you can do wherever you want, if you bring up a menu, the game pauses. So that's why the talent swapping is such a thing. If you have gear that doesn't have decent stats on it, you should probably craft something on it.
Okay. Thank you for that. If I'm staring at, like, I have 2 Spring Resurrections on right now, right?
Yes.
So they're giving me an amount of spell damage, additional spell damage, additional cast speed. Seems very good. I definitely understand it. I restore life and mana when I use skills. I don't even know if I have skills. I think everything I do is a spell. Maybe I have skills. I don't know.
So spells are skills. The
Okay,
things you are
perfect.
socketing count as skills. Spell and attack are a subclass of skill.
Okay. If I pick up this one-hander that has in total 19 to 73 additive spell damage, at what point is this like outperforming the percentage spell damage that I have? I can try to do the math, right? So like 46 spell damage on my 107 base theoretically is gaining me roughly 50 spell damage. So in my mind, this additive damage should outperform it. Am I doing the math wrong?
You are most likely doing the math correct. It's just there are other factors that make it slightly complicated, such as if you have base damage on your gear elsewhere, or if you have base damage from talents. Right. But overall, if the question is, should I put that on? Spring Resurrection is a wand. What is the weapon type that you picked up?
A one-handed blade.
Okay, that's the problem. They took one of the systems from PoE where you can use two wands with each other, but you cannot equip a wand in one hand and a melee weapon in the other. So you would need a second melee weapon, or your single melee weapon would replace both your wands, which probably isn't worth it.
Right, yeah. Okay. And then again, the DPS on the wand actually doesn't matter for spells at all, right?
The item DPS, no. The little, like,
okay.
13% damage of a bottom, slightly. Those are all gentle recommendations.
Okay. Gotcha.
I don't think I want the attack speed anymore.
Whoa, this belt is very good.
The Elemental Whisper?
Yeah, it has a bunch of damage to spells.
Okay, that is the spell one.
Yeah, it's 36 to 81 flat damage. Seems very good.
Yep, although that does change the calculation for the weapon as well.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I ended up leaving the wands on because I don't have two good flat damage weapons.
Makes sense. Generally speaking, at lower levels, you don't want two flat damage weapons. You want one weapon with flat damage and then one with a bunch of increases.
Gotcha.
The flat and then a way to scale the flat. Diablo 4's like damage scaling was very weird to me coming from games like Torchlight or Path of Exile. Because I'm used to things being keyworded, but I noticed that in the tooltips, yes, there was the X and the plus, but there wasn't actually keywording in the language, where the language wouldn't say, this word for additive, this word for multiplicative. Like in Torchlight, increased and bonus are additive, whereas additional is multiplicative. In Path of Exile, increased is additive, more is multiplicative, reduced is additive, less is multiplicative.
I gotta say, I think that, at least for that Diablo 4, the issue being a lot of its tooltips aren't accurate, but it does just say plus or X. Like, if it's additive, it goes into the additive bucket. If it's a multiplier, it is a new multiplier, like just added to the equation.
I would just like to see them use consistent wording to go with the plus or X. Like, why not have a keyword for it to go with? The tooltips not being accurate is just, that's another aside. But I feel like in terms of Diablo 4 and tooltips and accuracy, that has taken enough of your sanity that I won't press you further on your
Oh, yeah, dog. It's just like, as you have seen, my approach to playing games is like very, very like analytically driven and being able to like reproduce results in test environments, and just like literally needing to equip something and doing the math and being like, is this additive or multiplicative, is the most annoying part about it. Like, at the end of the day, that being said, it's the reason why I have a career in making content. So I guess, like, you know, don't bite the hand that feeds you, but
yeah, but
I think
sometimes you'd at least hope you could trust the tooltips.
yes. Like, have them interact weird, but like, let me at least read them and have it end up being true.
Yeah. Which, for the most part, you can trust Torchlight tooltips in that regard. There are a couple of cases where, due to bugs, that hasn't been true. XD has been pretty good about fixing that. The only one that I know of that, as far as I know, is still outstanding, which I really think is just a language issue, is on some of the sentry stuff. It says, you know, summon an additional sentry or place an additional sentry, which doesn't have the nuance from the original Chinese version of placing an additional one when placing sentries versus an additional maximum.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. You're definitely fighting localization pretty strongly here.
Yes. And then there are a couple of cases that the text was just wrong because of a bug. It just didn't do what it said it did in the way that it said it did it. Those have, to my knowledge, largely been resolved. And I get that happens sometimes. As long as the dev is pretty good about getting on top of it, I'm okay with it. But there are other things about Torchlight that just don't make sense sometimes. And that's like the DPS number you see at the bottom. That one, you cannot trust at all. It is just a liar.
Oh, yeah. That's like... Because here's the problem, and we run into this a lot in Diablo 4 because we have the attack power number.
Yeah.
Which just means nothing. Like, you know, like, obviously Rob is like a mega giga blaster. The kid's incredibly smart. Like, there's a reason why we used to work together. But he'll be like, oh, I have, as you can see, I have 4 million attack power. And I go, okay. That means nothing. And I hate that we're even pointing to it to mean anything. Because you're not doing 4 million times my damage. And I only have 20,000 attack power. And I just wish it wasn't in the game.
Yeah. Especially because it almost felt like there are attack power builds where some setups just have naturally high tooltip attack power. And then other setups that do the same or more damage just don't.
And that is the least of its crimes.
Yeah, which, same thing in Torchlight. I remember at one point, someone kept asking me, how are you killing everything when your DPS is 0? Because I was using a support skill in my first slot, and it measures, like, if you hit K, bring up your skills, the first slot is what that measures. Doesn't matter what your build is, it only measures that slot. And so I had a support skill there, so it said 0. And people were very confused as to how I was killing like the hardest stuff in the game with 0 DPS.
I mean, that's a free video though. 0 Z DPS build crushes King Gorshnak or whatever. You got to capitalize on it.
I did not capitalize on it in that way. I made a different, very free video of, oh look, I'm literally exploding the entire screen constantly, all at once. Also, something that isn't necessarily it makes intuitive sense, but it isn't necessarily explained, is that skill slot does matter. That whenever the game refers to main skill, it is referring to whatever skill is in that slot.
Oh, interesting. That makes sense. I wouldn't know what my main slot is because it has not told me that, I don't think, explicitly. But that makes sense to me, at least.
Yeah, as I said, the game doesn't tell you, but it does make intuitive sense.
Well, that gets into a very interesting question, which is just like, isn't the purpose of intuitivity that it does not need to be explained? That is what intuitive means?
Yes. I've just found that what is intuitive for me is not necessarily intuitive for other people.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm playing hard devil's advocate here. You know, I almost feel like intuitiveness is something that is lucked into or hard forged from like massive amounts of feedback.
Probably a bit of both, honestly. Although, I bet there's a way that you can go about it by intentionally studying the coded language other games use.
Hey, I just clicked this weird purple thing at the top of my screen and it summoned Cthulhu monsters. What was that?
Purple thing, Cthulhu monsters? Oh, you must have encountered the Black Sail Pirates.
Okay. That doesn't tell me anything, I'll be honest with you.
That is one of the previous seasonal mechanics, and it's how you get hero items. So you summon all the tentacles and you fight them, and you collect a bunch of seals. Then you use the seals to fight one of the pirate bosses, and you get a bunch of loot from a treasure chest.
Okay, perfect.
Wait, someone in my chat saying it's the other thing. Oh. Was there a pink icon when you pressed the button at the top of your screen?
Yeah, it was like a swirling purple, like, or fuchsia, I guess, icon with like, it looked very spooky, and I clicked it and it summoned a bunch of tentacles and monsters.
Okay, sorry. That is Dark Surge, which is another mechanic. It's more fuchsia or pinkish, whereas Black Sail is more dark purple. Dark Surge, just think of it as you summon a bunch of monsters on demand and kill them for their loot. It was Torchlight Infinite's first seasonal mechanic.
All right.
Also, when you're in the endgame, it is best to summon it after you've already killed the boss in an instance.
Because killing it earlier will reduce force drop loot?
Will reduce your ability to encounter a boss from it, or prevent it entirely, actually.
So there's spawn logic on elite packs in the game.
Yes.
And then this force spawns in elite pack, so okay.
It doesn't force spawn it. It's just that if a boss hasn't been defeated, it prevents a boss from spawning from it. But if the boss has been defeated, a boss may spawn. It is not guaranteed.
Gotcha.
Something else that XD has kind of taken from GGG, which I like, is there are very few things where they outright say, no, you can't do this. They just say, we strongly encourage you not to do this because it's a really bad idea. We won't stop you if you want to have a terrible game experience. Just know that you're going to have a terrible game experience for doing this.
I can respect that.
Like, you're playing a spellcaster build. There's nothing stopping you from just putting on damage to attacks on all of your gear. And usually if a rule is, damage to attacks doesn't apply to spells, somewhere there's going to be a talent or a legendary item or a hero trait that says, well, actually, in this case, it does.
That's very PoE.
Yes. A good example of this is normally spells don't use your weapon. But if you have Mind Blade, then all of a sudden the stats from your weapon do apply to your spells. Which in PoE it's called Spellblade or Battle Mage. Just like how normally spell damage doesn't apply to your attacks. But if you have, I forget the exact name, but it's the Mage's Assistant Helmet. Spell damage applies to attacks. And in Path of Exile, it's called Crown of Eyes. Also, normally attack speed scales your skills. Both hands of a mage assistant, your attack rate is set, meaning attack speed no longer applies. But that also means if you have something that says, have a lot less attack speed, well, attack speed doesn't apply, so it's not a penalty anymore.
I do like that you could just pause and go into menus because you are just playing a single player game online.
Yep. I don't know how that'll work with multiplayer, if it'll pause the entire instance, or if there just won't be pause in multiplayer. I think either way is fine, though.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to both. If you've ever played, did you ever play like Lost Dungeons or not Lost Dungeons, Champions of Norrath?
Really long time ago.
Yeah, like the couch co-op EverQuest, but top-down dungeon, Diablo clone. Anybody opening up the inventory paused the game for everybody. And every single time you picked up an item, you had to see if it was an upgrade. So playing multiplayer amongst 4 people, it was anytime a monster died and an item got picked up, the game got paused. And it was nauseating.
Yeah, that's where it would definitely go a little too far. Luckily, there are definitely people that you might play Torchlight with that will do that. But for the most part, you would not have to pick up a single upgrade every time. You could just chill for a little bit and go back to town later and sort through everything. Also, just as a general time thing, I have now reached the endgame system.
Ooh, okay. So that was
4
hours. Yeah, about 4 hours.
Yep.
And then how much end game is there if you want to complete all of it and not necessarily have perfect gear?
Quite a lot. So you start at time mark 1 and you progress all the way to time mark 7 for what I would say is the normal or early or easy end game. At time mark 7, you have to defeat the Traveler, which is the game's first pinnacle boss. The first version of a Traveler you fight, relatively achievable. It's kind of to introduce the system to you. The second time you fight him, significantly harder. If you defeat the significantly harder version, you unlock space-time turbulence and time mark 8. This is the end game stuff, which scales up. I would say the first stuff, time mark 1 to 7, is like Nightmare 1 to 70. Then time mark 8 is Nightmare 70 to 100. You have 8, 8-1, 8-2, 8-3, and 8-4. So 8-4 is about your Nightmare 100s. And then you have Deep Space, which is a super hard extra rewarding mode, which is basically Abattoir of 0 levels of difficulty. Not quite Abattoir 25, But I'd say like Abattoir 15, where there's a lot of builds that just can't really do it if you're the average player.
Okay. That's a good... That helps to contextualize it.
Yeah, they used to just have time mark 7 and 8, and it was a consistent problem where people had no sense of progression. You know, you'd get to time mark 7 and that's way too easy, but time mark 8 is way too hard. What do? Well, now I would say the old time mark 8's about 8-2, or 8-2 near space. And so now you can progress to that, you have some steps, then you can progress all the way to 8-4, and then you can explore deep space, which is harder still. So there's that constant sense of, I have something new to do. And then there's pinnacle bosses. Most pinnacle bosses have 3 difficulties, which I'm going to call easy, hard, impossible, don't even try.
Okay, sure.
Some of the impossible don't even tries have been nerfed because they would do stuff like kill your character with a damage over time effect in a single frame, which I don't think it counts as damage over time at that point.
Yeah, that's a little hard to make the argument for.
Although, I guess that doesn't matter now, because if you bought that boss, you'd just put on the full defense talent, which renders you immune to damage over time while you're holding a shield.
I'm in Sanctuary of Dawn, the hideout. And there's part of the song at the beginning of the loop that if you told me it was sampling the Midgard Speedway minigame from Final Fantasy VII when you're on the motorcycle, I would believe you. Like, I actually thought I was just listening to Final Fantasy VII music for a hot second.
I mean, it's entirely possible. Because in video games, there are so many things that are just little subtle references. I'm actually going to mention another YouTuber that I really like called Moon Channel, where he talks about why Mother 3 will never be localized in the West. And it's because they just went crazy sampling music. Like to a point where it would never pass muster for US copyright law, or even close to it. But they made these...
Oh, very interesting, yeah.
Yeah, these really cool tracks for all of probably the songs that they were like, just, this is awesome, we love this. Yeah, Moon Channel.
Well, it's also like fair use and copyright is like significantly different in Japan, as far as my understanding is concerned.
Yes.
My favorite thing was when I first started streaming on YouTube. Obviously, Twitch doesn't have like real-time demonetization due to, songs getting claimed, etc.
Yes.
And when my Legend of Zelda lo-fi chill vibe playlist got copyright struck from a rapper by the name of Lil Bay, who supposedly had the rights to the Hyrule Castle theme, where when you go to the song that it's a reference to, it is just the Hyrule Castle theme and a guy talking over it. And I'm like, this can't be how this works. This can't be how this works. I don't agree.
Hello, Nintendo lawyers. Would you like to know something? Yes, that guy right there. Get him.
Because, how can he claim that song, and how can YouTube take this claim seriously? I know it's all automated, and that's, the worst part about it. People just do this. They just create libraries of popular music and get videos uploaded for it, and then copyright claim. And then it's in 1,000,000 different languages, so it's not even possible to really, raw it back to what it's even supposed to be claiming. But Lil Bay is Mr. Nintendo? Come on, man.
Yeah. There's been some really bad stuff with that. Another content creator that I really like, who goes by Miracle of Sound. He's a indie artist, makes some awesome video game themed songs. And he said that he has to be super careful now and go through like a music distribution platform and everything, because people kept taking his songs, uploading them to YouTube, then claiming his video, even though their video was clearly uploaded like a year and a half later, and getting all the revenue.
That's insane. Yeah.
And it's like, he wrote the song. Sure, he samples from the game in a lot of the cases, but it's all original music. He did the lyrics. He's awesome. And he used to be super chill about it. He was like, credit me, you can pretty much use my music in anything. And now I believe you can still use it on Twitch, and you may get claimed depending on the song. You won't get a strike, but you'll potentially get a claim on YouTube, which is not because he wants to, but because if he doesn't, someone else will, and then use it on him, which is just so stupid. Like,
that's actually insane.
Yeah. This is why we can't have nice things. Yeah, I'm very careful about any music that goes on my YouTube channel, because you just never know what gets claimed. Like, you'd think public domain classical music would be the safest thing you could do. It's one of the riskiest.
It's one of the risks, dude, because everybody has put up songs about it. I got claimed for Canon's Overture. And I went, in what universe is somebody claiming that this is not in, that this is not fair use, like that this is not what is in the whatever public domain? I think Canon's Overture is in the public domain, oddly enough, because it super is, but everybody has just like made songs using it.
Yeah, and the worst part is, even if the literal performance is in the public domain, not just like the music, but the actual performance is old enough that it was recorded and is now in the public domain, that still often gets claimed. It's so dumb. How can you sell him on this game instead? The builds are awesome, and you get to kill tons of monsters.
Okay, I did accidentally find the crafting system. That's pretty bananas.
Yes. The crafting system, it takes some inspiration from Path of Exile, but it also goes off in its own direction in a lot of cool and interesting ways. I think they've done a very good job of a crafting system. Also, I have a question from chat. And since you are a lot newer to the game than me, I want to hear your answer to it. Someone said, my brother just got a good phone and lost his job, but started playing Diablo Immortal. How can I sell him on this game instead?
That's a very interesting question. How can you sell him on this game instead? Okay, well, so like I can give generic answers about like the things that I have enjoyed while playing, which is like perfectly fine, but you're really asking the question like how do I tailor my approach to manipulating a person who I know in the real world to make a decision that I think they would like. So first, I would appeal to the fallacy of likeness. So I would seek to draw comparisons to games they might have already played. I would call, like, if I had to create a elevator pitch for this game, I would say, would you like the complexities of PoE brought down to a mobile-friendly version so that it can onboard people while simultaneously having it be deep enough that tryhards can learn how to min-max by testing the limits of the system, the ARPG? Because I think that's ultimately what this is trying to sell. The fact that you can click a button and see closer to like coding logic of what the stats in the game mean, and that they give you that information freely, is meant to foster a community of people who are easy to onboard and who are seeking to dump a lot of time and energy into mastery of the game. I think visually it's very appealing. It's pulling from very successful and popular art styles. I would liken this to League of Legends and Borderlands as like an artistic style, and I think that it succeeds at doing that. Like, my character is pretty, the models are shiny and clean, the cell shading gives a depth to the models that is, while inorganic, aesthetically pleasing, and the hooks in it are consistent, palpable, and while a bit overbearing, basically every single time I turn around and kill a big enough pack of monsters, the game has told me that I've become stronger and has shown me a new menu for me to then go, well, what am I looking at here? I think the depth of the systems is intriguing and mysterious enough that it can motivate a very diverse player base, while somebody who is not looking for that level of complexity can just see the biggest number and click it, and they're probably going to do okay, which is not a bad thing. In a lot of circumstances, that's a good thing. So I would go with that route for trying to impress upon them, depending on which of those things that I said that are important. But at the end of the game, or at the end of the day, seemingly a pretty interesting ARPG that isn't demanding that I spend money on it a lot. But if you're a person who like doesn't like not being able to get rid of all of the exclamation points in your menu, you are going to run into that here. Like, I can't get rid of all the exclamation points because some of them are, have you seen the cool stuff in the shop already? And I can't figure out what it needs me to mouse over to get rid of the goddamn things. But yeah, go with that, random chat member.
That was a pretty good one. I think you even sold me on the game.
Let's go, baby. That's actually part of my deal for the sponsorship. I had to convince you to keep playing, so.
Well, consider me convinced.
No, I mean, like, I've enjoyed the minute-to-minute combat. I would not be enjoying it as much if I hadn't spent the time to kind of sit down and figure out how to add power to my character, I don't think. And maybe that's okay. You know, that's going to forge different experiences for each person as they choose to invest that time. But I definitely feel like I'm being rewarded for investing my time. And because I don't understand how inefficient I'm being right now, I do not feel the typical pangs of like, oh, I'm wasting time. I could already be doing XYZ if I just clicked whatever button and kept going. So they've succeeded at that too, which I think is like a really important part of like the onboarding of players to an ARPG. And it's just pretty.
Yep. The art style, they've done a very good job of keeping the Torchlight art style. Because Torchlight, even the earlier games, had a very distinct style to them. And they've done a very good job of preserving that while also modernizing the look. I have heard before that some people don't like that because they think it looks too cartoony. But even the earlier games, they didn't really look grimdark. They looked pretty darn cartoony the entire time. Exaggerated proportions, bright colors. And so I think they've done a good job of making something that fits with a world. But then it doesn't look like Path of Exile or Diablo, both of which are much more to the grimdark end and not the cartoony look.
Oh, dude, I think PoE looks like anime. I think the one of the wildest things, because I have maybe like 30 hours in PoE, like all said and told over multiple seasons, just trying to pick it up and failing to play it. But I think Endgame PoE looks like Gary's mod, like just visual vomit. And I think it's like so hyper cartoonish in anime, and is one of the things that always confuses me when I hear people talk about it and its aesthetic. I don't understand the video game can't look cartoony argument, and obviously that's like a pure that's only subjective. But like, I don't know, man. You played World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is intentionally cartoonish. It's like the intention of the art style, and it's incredibly successful. So
Yeah. Where I think it matters is actually in favor of cartoony art styles. Because if you have a good cartoony art style, a game is kind of timeless. It looks the way it does and will continue to look that way pretty much forever. Whereas if you make a realistic style, the minute there's a newer, fancier graphics engine, well, your game looks outdated. I don't know. I can see the pixels.
that's the I mean, that's why 2D video games have withstood the test of time. And while Final Fantasy VII looks like a bunch of potatoes struck together with wire, like the things that they succeeded at making pretty still look good today. Cloud Strife looks like a bunch of Lego blocks.
Yeah.
And I don't think people really get that unless you like really sit them down and show it. But there's a reason why the original 2D Marios are still like, you know, paragons in the ecosystem. And it's because they're 2D and low poly, or not low poly, they're low pixel, but like I think the original Diablo 2, while you can appreciate the art style, and I do, looks like complete trash in comparison to Diablo 3, which has not been as constrained and, you know, ravaged by the passage of time.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately for Diablo 4, time is not going to be kind to it because it's not very stylized.
I think one of the issues that I run into Diablo 4 right now is, while I think the game is beautiful and in certain tile sets is very, very pretty and I think works very well, so often, like I even now have like fully upgraded my PC. Like my specs are kind of insane for Diablo 4. And there are just sometimes I'm playing the game where I'm like, I am staring at a pile of mud. And I don't know why, like, this area needs to have 18 fog effects over it. And why all the colors need to be the same. But it turns out the real world isn't that vibrant and beautiful. Like, so if you want that realism, that's what you get as a byproduct?
Maybe, yeah. Although I do wonder if there's a bit of a middle ground where you can make something feel gritty and realistic through immersion without making it literally look realistic. And I would point to From Software titles for that.
That's what I was just about to say. I was like, well, you absolutely can. It's called Elden Ring. I highly recommend it.
Yep. And that I kind of think that's what GGG is going with for PoE 2 as well. Where PoE 1, it does get very anime. The reason I was saying the aesthetics were what they were is early game experience. They are much more serious. And it kind of gets to be a cartoon anime clown fiesta the minute you put on a Herald MTX. But for PoE 2, they're taking time to control the space and control the visuals in a way that, much like Torchlight Infinite, I think is going to age pretty well. PoE 2 is going to age well, where it's stylized realism. And another game I'd point to, which is, I think, previously called out as one of GGG's inspirations for PoE 2's aesthetic, is Witcher 3. The game is realistic-ish, but it's stylized realism, so even though it's older now, it still looks really good. In terms of the player base and multiplayer is coming soon, but I don't know exactly when. Oh yeah, these are the clicky things, by the way. And there was one specific thing that I wanted to go and check here. What was it? Oh, it's...
If my spell doesn't do lightning damage, can I still add lightning damage to it?
Yes. That goes back to the You can, but it's not necessarily a good idea. It's not necessarily a bad idea either. It's just what your scaling methods are. I.e., let's say your skill does fire damage, and you have a bunch of things that say increased fire damage. Well, if you add lightning damage, it is not benefiting from your increases to fire damage, so it would not be a good idea to get it. But if you have a spell, and you have a bunch of increases to spell damage, and you say, all right, I'm going to add lightning damage. Well, the lightning damage is still a spell, assuming it's added lightning damage to spells. So it's scaled by your spell damage, thus it's a good idea.
Gotcha. Can you explain to me what tests they're doing on these old people? I missed it in the people in the church are making monsters out of people.
I haven't paid very much attention to it, but I'm going to assume it's just a Tales of Symphonia style thing. Where it's like, we must get power, so we do unethical experiments on people and torture them until they become monsters and use magic energy. And also, look, we're saving the world with magic energy, guys. And then you kill God and you win.
And then you kill God and you win. Video games. All right, I got around the corner. I beat whatever little mini boss I just did, and the cool lady on the motorcycle is dead or isn't. I don't know, but I just looked down and like, oh goddamn, I have work in the morning, so it is sleep time.
If you want a heads up, there's just one more zone, I think, to the big story beat.
Oh.
But if you really need, it depends on when you have to get up.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, I get up at 8 in the morning for my day job.
Oh, that's rough. Okay, no.
I have the benefit of being a full-time content creator who still needs a day job to be able to make ends meet. So it's like, ooh, yeah, I get none of this. I get none of the sleep and all the anxiety. It's great.
Oh, I know that feel. Trust me, I've been there. Except without the full job, because that had been right after I lost my job. So
there, see, perfect. You get it. Alrighty. All right. Hey, first off, Tenkiei, thank you very much for hanging out with me during this. It was incredibly helpful for me to be able to like enjoy the game to a much deeper degree. I really appreciate that.
No problem, and thank you for hanging. It's been a pleasure.
Alrighty. And obviously to your chat, hey, thank you for listening to me ask very beginner and noob questions. I hope it helped at least some of you to get, maybe you felt a little bit scared to ask these questions because you didn't want to get Joshed on, but thank you very much. It was incredibly helpful. And thank you, very cool conversations as well. I appreciate that.
Yeah, this is the sort of stuff that I love to talk about these things, and I don't have enough people to talk about them with. So anytime you're up for another conversation, hit me up.
All right, man. Thank you. You have a great night. I'm going to go say goodbye to chat.
Sounds good. Have a good night. So that was Mac, also known as Macro Bio Boy. Gonna give him a shout out if I remember a command. Oh, wait. Oh, whoops. I failed at doing that. 1 second. I can do this correctly. See, I sometimes know how to do streamer things. There we go. I did it right. Yay. But yeah, you should check him out. He's awesome. It's really, really cool. Also, if you want to know anything about Diablo, he probably knows it. Don't ask how he knows it. Lots of testing, but he probably knows it. You know, I might take you up on that. Just let me edit my title, and I will call you and we can talk about the changes and just kind of chill. And then Oh, yeah, I have to edit the other title as well.
Guest number 2.
Yes, guest number 2. There we go.
There you go. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, well,
I was just fixing title stuff.
it's in the middle of a nightmare. I'm like, I can't fix it yet.
I mean, the monsters only murder you a bit. It would be fine.
It took me like 5 years to realize like you have to sit in the middle of the stupid thingies.
Yeah, and also that the thing chasing you cannot be killed by any means.
Yeah. That's the fun part, actually. I enjoy that.
I do too. It adds something new in a way that doesn't feel bullshit.
Well, it rewards mobility. That's what it rewards. And I'm really, really fast, so it helps.
Yep. And also its attacks are all well telegraphed.
Dude, I'm so angry though. I spent like the last maybe like the last 5 hours complaining about random things that they nerfed about my build since last time I played this. It's like grumble, grumble, grumble. I can't run 5 scorching pulses in a castle channeling like grumble, grumble. It's like grumble, grumble. I can't use one single passive to get myself frostbite capped instantly. Grumble, grumble.
Yeah, how dare they? They have done terrible things.
How dare they make me? Oh, how dare they remove the mastery that lets you scale attack speed off of cast speed? Grumble, grumble. How dare they? You mean all these broken things that were really strong? They got rid of them all without my express permission. Grumble, grumble.
Rahan Train. I'd say Train is the meta starter.
Is there a super meta starter build like Toxic Rain and PoE?
Train. Yeah. Is probably the most easy to play, consistent, and new player friendly thing I can think of.
If you don't know what that is, you'll have to bother Milky. I think the max roll is still pinned, right? It's there? Yeah.
Yes, the max roll is still pinned. Also, he just made the Rahan leveling guide into a how to level into train guide, so it's even easier now. So I wanted to check something.
Yes.
I cannot block the nightmare and survive it. The big telegraph charge just insta kills me.
No. Okay, so it's not just me. All right, good to know. All right. It just kills you. That's all it does. Gotcha. Yep, it just kills you. Well, I saw that. It did a little bit of damage, and then it did another instance of damage. So it just does multiple instances of damage along the way. You see that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I don't think it literally insta kills you.
Yeah, you can tank it. You can tank it.
It's just hard to tank.
Yeah, I mean, I would hope it would be hard to tank. I think that would kind of remove all of the fun of the league mechanic, you know?
Yep. And yes, I am a little late because the season started at 9 and we are 4 hours in.
It's even with all the nerfs, I'm doing good just fine, because it's oh yeah, I don't get this anymore, but now I get 100% increased damage every tree because, balance. Woohoo.
Yes. I think they've done a good job, and I might have complaints about it later, but so far, they've done a good job of removing the egregious stack this abuse cases while keeping it overall pretty efficient.
I mean, I'm the perfect example of that. Every single thing I tried recently with this build was foiled due to the changes, so that's a good start. If I can't think of it, that's a good start. The additional cooldown recovery speed, though, is a little scary. I will have to test that more on the new Warlock one. That one's a little scary because, you can get a lot of percent increased cooldown now.
Yeah. It's a little scary, but I think it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of need it to replace, 5 scorching pulses with just 1. Thanks, video game.
I mean, technically you can use 2 still.
What do you mean?
You do castable channeling, precise castable channeling.
Those count as 2 different ones?
Yes.
Oh my god, you solved my build. Thank you. Holy shit, I didn't know that. Cool. Wait, I'm stuck. What? The pirate thing. It spawned on top of me and I'm stuck. Oh god, I need to go grab a teleport. Uh-oh. This is awkward.
Hey, welcome on in.
I'm
would,
stuck.
I would recommend not being stuck. Have you tried that?
Okay, let's see. Okay, that worked. Thank God. Thank God for thinking.
See if I can get movement speed. I really like that they added the craft again button.
Oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. It saves you so many clicks. Especially if you're spamming as much as you are with like the little essences. Crafting is so much fun in the early game now. It's so much better. Oh my goodness.
Yes, they've done a
It's
very good
such a
job.
good change. It's like I already have really good gear all of a sudden. I guess it's not like amazing gear, but it's like it's enough to get me going all the way to like the end to game anyways until I start buying things.
I got lucky. I got an omniscient prototype, so I've just been kind of chilling.
Oh, I got one too. I dropped a corrupted marrow as well, which was funny. So I just been zooming.
Yep. I've also been zooming.
I don't know, Tenkiei, you're on a little late, per se. That's what that chat's saying. It's like as if like the frickin' thing started like 8 p.m. my time.
Yep, it started 9 my time. Someone's asking about Rosa. Is she slow? I mean, relative to what? Relative to the absolute fastest builds, yes. Relative to the pace of a normal build, no. Not slow at all.
Also, as well, from what I'm seeing so far, there might be like a world where you kind of want to go a little bit slower, but be like immune to damage, essentially. So like, it makes a lot more sense to play Rosa in this. I think of all the patches they could have added her, this is definitely one of the ones that makes the most sense.
Yes. The amount of damage that I was standing in without dying while leveling was just absurd.
Now, speed is also subjective because there's a lot of things you can do in this game currently, which I really appreciate, by the way. You can do to fix speed. Like, it's not a big problem. Like, for instance, BD steps, you can put those on your boots now, right?
Yep.
Everyone loves those. I love them.
Also, there's a place for slow builds now. City of Eterna.
I mean, yeah, you can also play... I'll be honest, actually, to be honest, if you get enough damage, to be honest, Rosa might be really good for Path of Brave. You just sit in the middle, right? Who cares? Yeah. Right? You don't move around much in Path of Brave anyways. You just want to not die, right? So... and do enough damage. So, cool.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean, Moonflakes. She's on an objective scale, not slow, but compared to the actual fastest builds in Torchlight, she will be slower. I don't see Rosa beating something like a Seething Rahan, for example. But that's also an absurdly fast build that you don't even need to attack to kill enemies. And that's part of why he's the fastest. Or one of the fastest. There's a few absurdly like that fast level builds.
Well, I mean, the thing is like Torchlight is in depth enough to like be able to, get around this problem, thankfully.
Yes. Especially now that they have,
unlike Diablo Immortal.
especially now that there's multiple forms of dedicated content. Like, you don't just have Path of a Brave, you can also do City of Eterna.
I am insanely surprised that you guys didn't mention once to that guy that was like, hey, you could actually, play Torchlight Infinite and enjoy it without having a job, unlike, Diablo Immortal.
That felt a little too close.
I know, I'm teasing.
It's interesting how many Truth Embers I'm getting.
I think that's like another thing too, is like people don't realize that like with the way that Torchlight works, with how many layers of investment you have your slates, you have your memories, you have your gear, you have the corrosions on your gear, you have the corrosions
Dream
on the
mods.
legendaries on your gear. You have dream mods now. Yep, those are fun. I've already messed with those a bit. I got a +2 wand because of it.
Nice.
And it's like all of these layers, and you're telling me that you can't afford to sacrifice 10% of it to make yourself go fast? Like, come on, man. Like,
I mean, one thing I will say is slates are less impactful than they used to be. That is the other upside of the change.
oh, what change in that, by the way? I'm not privy to that knowledge.
The super OP end nodes, there's way fewer of them. And they're almost all the limited one now.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, I noticed that. Yep, I noticed that.
Which is good, because slates gave honestly too much power. And so now we're in a much healthier and more reasonable state.
Yeah, it is nice being in a world where if someone asks, like, hey, my build sucks, what's the problem? You don't have to instantly ask about their slates. Now you just ask about it second.
Yep.
Torchlight is more fun than D4. Oh no. You chose the perfect time to say that right after Macro left, huh?
And I don't really compare the fun I have with Torchlight to the fun I have with D4. I play the different games for different things.
Oh, just a warning with the intermediate one, the intermediate loot filter, I would suggest turning it off for a little bit in the early mapping, because going to the junior one, because it was hiding way too much already, and I was like, and I'm in like, what is it, like the time mark like 4 already, and it was like way too much hidden already for no reason. Like I literally didn't see a single item on the ground. I'm like, wait, I need bases to craft on, guys. Like, I just got to maps.
I mean, the good news is you can customize that. The bad news is,
I know you can,
it's a little rough early, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just a warning, because it's like, hey, I didn't drop gear for like, I think like 2 time marks for no reason other than I clicked the wrong button.
Any tips to get through the story quickly? Follow one of Milky's leveling guides on Maxwell. That's literally what I did. I would have been much slower without it. Specifically, if you want to play Rosa, the guide pinned in the comment, because that's what I did. As for Error Einherjar, if snapshotting's still in the game, it should be really good. If not, I never explored how to play it except for snapshotting. I forget if snapshotting for sentries changed or not. That's one of those things that I just wasn't looking into sentries, so I didn't read anything about them in the patch notes. I was focused on Lightning Beam, which I kind of want to swap to, but I don't think I'm quite ready to. I'm gonna play probably till 80 on this, do my hero trial, because it's so much easier to do the hero trial on this and just bonk stuff, and then swap over. That also gives me time to get crafting bases with like plus skill levels and stuff.
Yeah. After seeing all the nerfs, I was about to jump ship and move over to corrosive shot, but thankfully there's enough things to save me. That's what I get for not keeping up with everything. Grumble, grumble.
To be fair, the patch notes were big.
Yeah. I mean, I had to catch up with like 4 patches worth of, or like 3 to 4 or whatever, how many it ended up being.
True. And yeah, Diablo 4's second season was much better than the first. I would say hopefully they improved, but honestly, even if they kept it the same for another season, I wouldn't be unhappy with that. Depending on what the theme is, the time, what else I'm playing. Might play it, might not, but I suspect most people who do play it would have fun. And what they really need to do is figure out all the issues before Vessel of Hatred. Because there's still quite a bit that needs fixing, like damage calculations. Well, not calculations, but damage modifiers on gear. Which is something that Torchlight's actually done a really good job with overall. Damage mods. Giving you different ways that let you scale your damage without limiting you to, oh, you must just do this, or adding a damage on Tuesday stat. Because
you don't like only playing like with vulnerability? What? That's not what you want in your ARPG? What?
See, I didn't even mind the vuln stuff and the crit stuff. What I minded is the fact that it was either that or damage on Tuesdays. And as much as I like Tuesday, one could even say it's one of the 7 best days of a week. It's not Tuesday every day. Oh, no multiplayer yet, but soon. Very soon. Stay tuned. Yeah, just kind of, I actually took damage there. Apparently, the cube enemies still hit hard.
I actually had a cube enemy earlier that just didn't want to die for some reason. I don't know, like what the I killed it, but it was just really tinky. It was just weird.
One thing I have to look at is how easy is it to get block as a spellcaster with a staff? Because it might be worth it to use a staff for the extra beam mods. I don't think that's something you can put on. Okay. Couple of slates. You know, I can put some slates on. I don't have any slates equipped.
See, that's the beautiful thing about not knowing your build to start, Gabriel, is you could just play something else and then choose halfway through.
Yep, as long as you pick a character that's relatively versatile, your build's whatever you want it to be. Also, I just realized I wasted all my crafting materials clicking a slate because I forgot that it's so early on that I won't have infinite materials. Whoops. Oh well, I'll get more very quickly.
So, if I unlock one affix, it's not using plasticity, right?
Correct.
Okay, I was like wondering why I wasn't seeing it. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it requires 2 affixes to be locked before plasticity gets used.
Ugh.
Right, let's see how this watcher goes. Oh, this watcher is going incredibly well. I bonked off like half of its health in a single hit.
Yeah, I think that I noticed this. I think there might be a little bit of power creep in the lower half of the game, thanks to all the new notes. Which is fine. It's just interesting, that's all.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to tell though, because I am a burst build, that it could just be that I was bursting ridiculously.
No, I'm playing a dot build, and I'm doing just as well.
Okay.
So it's just I think it's just yeah, I think it's just the game right now, which is fine. Can I enchant if it has no plasticity? Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, there's only one way to tell. We bonk the dummy for a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, my burst is pretty big, but my overall damage isn't that high. No, you cannot do a cast while moving build anymore. That was exclusive to the preseason event.
I mean, you can get very close if you use the Path of the Brave. I mean, not Path of Flames and Castle Channeling and all that. Technically, you can do that.
Yes, you can do all that, but what you cannot...
That's as close as you're gonna get. Yeah.
Yeah. What you can't do is literally just walk. Also, I like this. You can get 30 hero emblems from the Snowy Gift event center thing.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I noticed the snow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Dream Cloud Atlas. Oh yeah. Right, no, you're fine. Right, not you. Dream Interpretation. Here you go. Okay. Ready to rumble.
I also
Enchanted gear cannot be crafted.
Yes.
Oh, so you don't. Oh, okay. All right, I get it.
Yes, finishing the item.
Yep. Okay. Go ahead. What you were gonna say?
When you hit time mark 3, it now tells you that Flame Elementium can start dropping. Because I remember people used to ask all the time, when can FE start dropping? And now...
Oh, I just hit another +2.
Nice.
What's Blemish?
Does nothing.
Oh, okay, sure. Yes, you can blemish. You can blemish my 5% cast speed, so I can have +2 to cold spell level. Go right ahead. Nice trade. Beautiful. What were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
I forgot.
That was amusing. I will take another +2, thank you.
One thing that's kind of funny is it's so easy for the murderous intent to drain because I kill things so fast they don't get to hit me, and block restores murderous intent.
You're just not doing hard enough content.
Clearly.
6 link acquired. What am I missing? I don't want that one. Oh yeah, control spell. Durr, yeah. It's funny. So I get the reverse mirror. If you don't know what that does, is it lets you get agility blessings, but it also gives nearby enemies agility blessings. And I gave Keegan max agility blessings while fighting him. It was very amusing.
That sounds very concerning.
It was very fast. I still killed him. It was just funny.
Yeah. That sounds like one of those things that I would not particularly advise doing.
Yeah. I'm mixed on the new Endgame. the new rotation, like the progress thing. I don't know how I feel about it.
Oh. Might be the sort of thing we have to play with it to tell more of that.
Yeah, that's why I'm like keeping it like whatever. I'm gonna wait till I have an opinion on it. It's just like I still like the old system better so far, but we'll see.
I think the new system's better at being streamlined.
Yeah. I hate the progress thing where like I have to literally do 6 maps just to get the card kind of thing, but like I don't know how it interacts in Endgame. I don't know.
So you can now fast cycle cards. You don't have to do 6 just to get it.
Oh, how do you... Oh, so there's like mods to do that? Okay.
No,
all right.
there's... So you're talking about for all of your trait cards, right?
Yeah, so there's like a thing that says progress, right? It's like 6 of them, right?
Yes.
Yeah, what do you...
So what you do is you go for the ones that only have 2.
Oh, okay. So I just ignore like the 6 ones?
Yeah, if you want to max cards fast.
Oh, no. I meant like for everything in general. Just like I have to do 6 just to get the reward from the card.
Depends on which one.
Okay. And dot build are expensive? What do you mean dot builds are expensive? I'm literally solo self-found right now. I literally just found my first flame elementium. What do you mean expensive?
Yeah. Certain dot builds are expensive because they get overplayed.
Yeah.
But
I mean, there's that
overall-
Wilt Fireball build that will probably be expensive.
Right. Wilt Fireball is an example of an overplayed build. And Wilt specifically tends to be more expensive because of its reliance on memory. Non-Wilt dot is often very, very cheap.
You playing with what? Oh, I'm playing Frostterra.Yuga currently. It is very fun. It's a build I've actually started a few times now. Mainly because I saw the buffs to .Yuga and I was like, hey, wait a second. My whole build's built around recording. I'm built around root purification. Wait, so my whole ascendancy works with my build? Oh my god.
Yep. Imagine having an ascendancy.
Yeah.
Someone wants to yoink your build.
I will have a video on it eventually. I still need to work on things and actually play the video game. But if you want to get close to what I'm doing, I would suggest going to Maxroll and using the .Yuga leveling guide, whatever that may be, and just level that to 80.
I think it's Shadow Swamp.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a very consistent way to get to 80.
Yeah. My leveling process would have been a little bit more rough than it is right now if I didn't land the marrow early. I mean, I would have just actually spent currency.
Yep.
Oh, that's a fun one. Remove half your bubbles, replicate them, and upgrade their quality. Actually, I want more cube bubbles. I need divinity slates.
Go for it.
Yeah, I want that. Give me that. On Peewee, I copy your Bama and SSF poggers. See, I'm famous now.
SSF famous or Bama famous?
Oh, Bama.
But you don't necessarily have to be one or the other. You could be both.
I didn't play SSF though.
I mean, now you have to get SSF famous.
Oh no. Oh, now I'm gonna join a private league. Oh.
I mean, don't get me wrong, some people like them, but it is not for me.
I mean, I was like, I thought it would be cool, but I realized that like I wouldn't have had time to play anyways because like all this shit going on. So it was just like, no, not this time around at the very least.
Yeah. How much block do I have without my shield? I think I'm missing quite
All right,
a bit, right?
time to go touch the dummy so I can make myself happy.
Oh, don't do that. I'm tempted to just do a full YOLO respec, but I kind of feel like in full attack gear that won't go well for me.
Yeah.
They do have a Spring Resurrection now, so I might try... Nah. I'll just level up a little bit more and do the YOLO respec at 80.
Oh, speaking of, I am very mixed on the Frostbite change. I don't know what it was meant to do, if that makes sense. Because, like, was Frostbite too powerful and they changed it?
Yes.
Okay. Because I was, like, wondering, because it looked like a big nerf to me. I was, like, wondering what was going on. Cool. All right. I'm not the only one thinking that. All right.
I don't think it's particularly easy to convert lightning to fire because you need to go lightning to cold, cold to fire. So, not impossible, but not particularly easy. As for why Frostbite got nerfed, it was specifically a mechanic that was impossible to use, except if you had flat Frostbite. Then it was super OP and easy to use.
Wait, you mean that one passive that gave me instant Frostbite cap with one point of investment was too overpowered? What?
Yes.
Come on. Aw. Why'd you
Yeah.
have to tell on me, Tenkiei? I know you did it.
I didn't.
I bet it was you. No, it was probably extra.
Poor
It's the
extra.
last time I tell extra something. No, I'm joking.
Poor extra. Just an innocent victim of circumstance. Ooh, I already maxed out my Flame Sand card. That's pretty neat. Because getting consistent Flame Sand is really, really helpful in the early game.
Oh, red is good. All right, cool. All right,
Yes, red
red
is
is
good.
good. Why do they walk? They're literally just fucking like, literally just. Wait, why do they walk? Stop walking. Making all the Rosa players out there cry because of how slow they are.
I mean,
It was a joke.
I don't feel slow.
I know. It was a joke because
Yeah.
people.
If anything, the slow part is I haven't made a loot filter and I haven't yoinked Milky's yet. Because I'm sure his
Nope.
stream made him do that.
I don't think he made one yet. Yeah, I think he yoinked someone else's, if I'm not mistaken.
Really? He didn't get peer pressured into making one.
No, he was blasting. Like, you think you're going fast? He's fucking zooming with this shit, apparently. Like, he's,
I never thought I was going fast.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's like, oh my god. Like, I was watching him earlier. He was like going so fast.
Yep. No co-op yet. Coming soon, though. Like, actually coming soon this time, not coming soon to ya.
Do we get different nightmares, or is it always the horsey?
I believe it's always the horsey.
Aw, they could have made a few different ones. That'd have been cool.
That would have been cool. Maybe if it sticks around permanently, which I think it will. And they can
Yeah.
add a couple more nightmares.
Ooh, we got our first big one. Haha.
The roundabout about time for multiplayer is they really want to get it out for next season or for an event before next season. But no official, like, you know, it is coming at this time, because they really want to make sure that it's good and it works before they release it. That's been their big concern, that there were some issues, especially for mobile players, with the performance.
Wait, you mean it's not supposed to take me 5 hours to try to connect with my buddy?
No.
What?
No, they do not want you to take 5 hours to connect with your buddy.
Damn.
I should see if Milky does a respec for the skills at higher levels. Oh, okay, he does kind of, sort of, but not really.
To be fair, you guys are technically in uncharted territory. Technically.
Hmm?
You know, because, you know, it's a new ascendancy, essentially. And, like, who the fuck used block before this, right?
Oh, I think people use block before this.
I know, I was joking.
Yeah. Oh. I don't have quite enough mana for it. That's unfortunate. And I don't have enough energy to just put it on my life. Because I definitely have enough life to just put vulnerability on right now. And I wanted to... Actually, wait. Snowy Gifts. Ice Flake Hunt. Is there anything that I can buy that's helpful right now? I could buy Flame Sand, but I'm not going to. Okay. Oh, wait. Why did I click that again? I just looked at that. I don't need to look at that anymore. Oh, good luck with your dot yoga.
Seriously, though, as someone who essentially has main Yuga at this point, that is a huge buff.
Oh, yes.
except for Wilt Yuga. Wilt Yuga didn't get any love, but that's fine. Wilt Yuga was fine.
I was going to say, he didn't need the love, though. It was
He
every
didn't
other
need the love,
version,
yeah.
so...
Yeah, he's fine.
Yep.
Like I said, I was actually planning on playing Corrosive Shot, but it turns out the 35% additional cooldown recovery speed is enough to retain myself back to my prior power with Scorching Pulses.
Yeah.
Imagine actually building Reap Chance. What nerds.
So I've realized something. The lightning is really, really, really good.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's zoomy. Ooh.
Yeah.
I was like going so fast all of a sudden. I was like, wait, what's going on here?
Yep. Yoga Space-Time Elapse.
Yeah, it's the one that looks like he's in like a bunch of white bandages. The hero token one, not the normal one. Although the normal one is pretty okay with the spell burst, right?
Yes. I think that's what Palstron's doing.
Yeah.
Or actually, Palstron's probably still sleeping because of EU times. But when he gets up, that's what he's going to be doing with the new lightning beam. Should be good.
Yeah, the lightning in the mechanic, it reminds me of that one time where you accidentally hit a Maddening Presence mob, you know, in PoE. It's like, wee!
Oh, see, it reminds me of the conduit from Diablo.
Ah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think someone who played a lot of D3 was like, so conduit shrines in D4, kind of disappointing. But conduit shrines in D3 are pretty cool. Let's make something that feels like conduit shrine in D3. I'm okay with this. Conduit shrine in D3 actually felt really good. So I just always want to get the 2 cards so that I progress as quickly as possible. This is really nice. This is so much easier to progress now.
Wait, what'd you do?
You just select the card that has 2 every time.
Oh, you mean to like flip around that? Oh,
Yes.
yeah. No, okay, I get what you mean. Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, finally, I dropped the agility gloves. I can dual wield now. Woohoo! Yay!
Nice.
I want my agility blessings because I want to zoom.
My damage is falling off a little, but at the same time, I haven't upgraded my gear since like level 30-ish, except for random 2 or 3 pieces that I put on. So maybe it's probably due to that. I still mostly one-shot everything, which is very silly. Oh yeah. Dream interpretation. Okay, so that requires... Oh, wait, that was 66, right? This is what I meant to...
For every 3 cube bubbles you get an additional red one? Oh my god, that's insane. Give me the bubbles. I like this league mechanic. I didn't play Eterna, so I have no idea how that went. I know it was really good.
Eterna was basically Ultimatum but Delve.
Yeah.
Which...
You know what this reminds me of? Scourge. This is what this reminds me of.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a Scourge, essentially. It's like build your own Scourge.
Scourge, but someone watched the PoE reveal, and when Chris said, I want an unkillable monster to chase people and just murder them, they were like, that's an awesome idea.
Wait, what? We have this. We have that this league though. You can play Abyss or Beyond. What?
What do you mean? Those guys are pushovers.
The Soul Eaters though.
Huh? They just explode.
Oh, I mean, I have done. It's kind of funny because I have killed a few Soul Eater mobs, Abyss and Beyond, by just literally dragging them to a breach and stuff. It's been fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you just feed them more souls, aka feed them more poisons, and eventually they die.
Yeah.
It's easy.
It was funny. So, someone was commenting on the corpse explosion build, and they were like, they gave me like a list of pointers, and I was just like, if you think you can do it better, then you do it. Ooh.
Yeah. On my poison build, someone tried really hard to insist that if I was having a problem with non-ailment damage over time, I should wear Purity of Elements to make me immune to ailments.
Oh.
On my build wearing Storm Shroud, and it's like, that is not the problem. You have completely misunderstood everything about the problem. And also, this was in the context of Uber bosses. Like, yes, Purity of Elements is definitely going to save me from Uber bosses.
I mean, Purity of Elements is pretty good, but it's not that good.
I mean, when you're already res cap of Storm Shroud?
I know, I'm teasing, because my love for Purity of Elements.
It is good, and I do like.
As soon as they buffed it, like I was just like, I'm pure Purity of Elements lover. I will rarely use Ailment of Void boots or the jewels. It's got a lot harder because all the changes are reservation though. Every patch they seem like as though they removed just a little bit of reservation off the top.
I mean, they added a bunch more this patch.
I mean, like to the base game, if they remove, because they remove the enchants. So like if they remove the, what are they called? The
charms?
Yeah, if they remove the charms, those don't go standard or whatever. Like then it's a net negative technically because the enchant's going away.
Yeah. And Viper Strike of a Mamba. I saw ZD playing a bit of that.
Yep, he made a whole guide on that. It's
Yep.
pretty good.
Looked like he was having fun.
I'm surprised he didn't go full into it with the helmet, the Warcry helmet, which yes, that would work on the Mamba.
Interesting.
Yes, that does work. That's actually my planned league starter for next league if things don't change.
I mean, I think a lot of things will change, whether, those things change in a negative way or not. Good question.
Yeah. It's on the list.
Yep. I think his name... I forget if he still has Ziggy D StarCraft or if he just changed it to Ziggy D on YouTube, but yeah.
It's just Ziggy D.
See, that's how you know you've watched someone's content for too long, when you can't remember if their name is that game they played over a decade ago.
Oh wow, they actually buffed the feline gloves. Cool.
Yes, they buffed
Actually has life on them.
quite a few underused and lower level legendary items.
Get rid of this stupid shield finally.
Shields are wonderful, you take that back.
Okay, it's the one that gives my enemies agility charges. Come on. Like get rid of it. I literally hit +1 cold spell level instantly. Thanks, game. Beautiful. All right. Can we get a +2? Can we get a +2? Let's go.
Okay, so here's the thing though, Dread.
Yes.
If I give my enemies agility blessing, they hit me more often, and so I
Oh,
block
you know what? Actually, you know what? That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, like, this doesn't seem bad to me.
Max. So it turns base from minion damage to that, or it gets cast speed, or max and its thing. Wish you would tell me what the max was.
Max what?
Before I click. Oh, it says adjust the affix values to the max within the range. I wish it would show me
yes.
what it changed. It's fine. I'll just do the % damage. If I abandon it, what happens?
Are you spending Dream Talking?
Yeah, like the pink ones.
Yeah, so that'll be lost.
Oh, okay. But I can re-roll, right? Can I do it again if I have more?
Exactly.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, I'll do that. Yep,
Yes.
sure.
Yeah, it's the resources spent are lost, but you can just keep doing
Gotcha.
that.
So it's the Moonies. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Cool. All right, so I can just keep doing this till I get what I want. Cool. I wonder how often that is.
I wonder how the trade house is. Right, let's see. Has anyone posted an eternity yet? No. That's what I was curious about. Because I know a lot more people.
Yoink.
Yeah. No, it would be expensive. Also, I have 0 FE. So even if it was cheap, I probably couldn't afford it.
Just flip.
I mean, it's a little early to flip. Good news is, watchers are easy with this build. Oh, no, what are the legendaries Milky talks about? Omniscient Prototype, Dragon Scale. Oh no. Oh, I hate. I guess it's not that bad. Oh, I died. Okay. Maybe I should have been looking if a boss not my other monitor. But I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Hero's Gaze, Lonesome, yeah. Okay. I mean, I definitely died intentionally to reset my murderous intent. It's fine. This was intended. I did not die to a misplay there.
Oh my god. They actually really did put down the ban hammer. You can only put one on all of these. What about my auto defense? I had 3 different defensive skills on them. No.
No.
You know, I kind of expected that to eventually happen, to be fair.
Especially since you had perma 100% uptime on all of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I can actually put Star Stalker on Euphoria? Sign me up. Let's go. Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god, that's so good. Oh, that's
So,
good.
yeah. In short, it's fine. It was a little bit silly before, and it's been nerfed down to.
Oh, I know it's silly. That's why I'm happy they nerfed it. That's why I'm
Yeah.
happy. Like, I'm happy that all these stupid little things that like you can do. Like for instance, I remember seeing that one guy that was doing casts on crit with he had like 5 casts on crits with the frickin'
Frost Touch?
Frost Touch. Yeah,
Yes.
that build. Yeah. That was funny to watch.
Yes, as it turns out, stacking 5 of the same thing everywhere, not good. But you know what you can still do?
What's that?
Lightning Beam. You can still use any number of the skill that you want.
Oh yeah. So I can have multiple. Yeah. So I can like put a bunch of scorching pulses on my bar if I wanted to. I remember. Yeah.
No, it's even sillier. I'll show you in a second.
No, you're good. Take your time. Shit. I don't want to lose my movement speed. Am I actually gonna spend the first of my currency on a hourglass? No. I need to go see. Oh no! I had to change my client. I had to go to the non-Steam client because my wife was too busy playing Baldur's and not Baldur's, but Divinity Original Sin on my account. I had to do all my key bindings again. Here it is.
Remove 1 bubble, then adds 2 black sail, or removes 1 to 3 and adds. Yeah, let's. All right, so we lost gear and we got 3 fluorescent. Oh, that's a win. So, I'm just gonna put lightning beam on for a second.
Kingly armor's for sale. Hell yeah. Oh no, I'm gonna have to like fuck with the energy though.
And then I'm gonna put another beam here. So when I press my 1, I shoot out a beam. If I have additional beams, I get thunderbolts. Every 5 times, it generates 1. See? Little thunderbolt.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah.
You can have a maximum of 3. Guess what happens if I go 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I'm out of mana. Okay, maybe I can't do this because I don't have a mana. But basically, I can keep generating with multiple beam skills. So you can just go double lightning beam. I'm tempted to just completely redo my build right now, but I shouldn't. I should hit like close to 80 or 80. Probably 80 and do the hero trial and then call it good. Because Ground Shaker's just a little too efficient for leveling to give up that easily. I forget which chapter first gives me Flame Elementium, but I don't think it's for a little bit.
I have gambling in my future.
No, don't do that.
It's okay. It's very small stakes gambling. I just need to corrode a bunch of kingly armors till I hit the one I want.
Ah.
I want to hit the... So what they did, they're cheeky. So it used to have a mod where it gives you movement speed per terror charge you used recently, right? Which was really good. But they deemed that to be too overpowered. So what they did was they flipped it. So now it's negative first, and then if you corrode it, it goes to positive.
Ah.
So you gotta like corrode it first, which is fine. You know, it's a level 50 chest. It drops all the time. It's not like it's completely fine. Oh wait, whoa.
The
Ancient Dragon Steel
tried to escape from me. It doesn't know the rules here.
Huh. Interesting. Cool. I thought I actually dropped something really good. Why do I have a 5% chance to corrode all the legendary items I drop?
I don't actually know without more context.
It's on my modifiers on my map. It's just there.
Is it?
It's been there the whole time. No. It's just a map. It's been there the whole time. I've been playing since I got to maps.
Oh, right. Sorry, when you said to corrode, I thought you meant on
I'm
you,
sorry.
and I was like, wait, did they add something on that interacts with your items? You just mean drop corroded.
Yeah, drop corroded.
Yeah.
Is that just normal? Or...
Yeah, that's just normal.
Oh, okay. All right.
I was very confused for a second. It's like, I don't think they added
that's
anything
just
that
always
corrodes
there?
your gear.
Okay.
I mean, not always. They added it last season, I'd like to say. So for you, it's
Okay.
brand new. But yes,
Okay.
it is very common to drop corroded legendary items now.
I think it's cool.
Or was that a thing that they added this season and just talked about before? I don't remember now. That's always the hardest part. Remembering what actually got added versus what was like, we'd like to do something with this. Or maybe I'm just crazy because it's late and I've been playing Torchlight for the last 5 hours and I've lost track.
15 FE base. Let's go.
Pretty easy to take one hit from the Nightmare guy. You just can't stand in his stuff.
Okay. Tenkiei, that would require me to actually get some, like, actual defenses. Ooh.
I mean, don't you just block everything by existing? I don't know, try to play a good build.
Oh, okay.
It's easy. I'm very glad I decided to put the Dark Surge on my right click. It's so much easier to hit now. I should have done that ages ago.
I put it on my space bar and just spam it like a maniac.
It's so much easier to spam on right click, though.
Yeah, you're right. Can you have multiple on your thing? Like multiple different... Oh, no, you're doing all numlocks and all that. Okay,
Yes,
that's why.
Exactly. Alright. I don't know if... Are you supposed to go fluke? I'm going fluke. Oh, you're supposed to go gravity. But I want lucky. I guess I'll try the knockback stuff. We'll see. I guess with knockback support, pulling everything in, okay, I see it. Fair play, Milky.
Still don't trust this Milky guy.
Next time I talk to him, I'm going to tell him you said that.
We'll just laugh.
Probably.
Yeah, I'll just tell him, yeah, well, you never responded to your DMs, Milky.
He really doesn't, though.
Yeah.
Except when it's really important.
Hey, another pair of feline gloves. Cool. Better. Barely better. All right.
I mean, hey, barely is still better. Upon entering, for every 3 you have, additionally gain 1. Ooh. Well, I will sacrifice blessings, because I don't have them anyway. Yet,
I love being able to like slot out Path of Flame for Wilting Beam for single target and delete things. It's so much fun. Literally a single skill swap for significantly more damage. Cares how much more damage?
Honestly, what I should do at this point...
Hey, we're at 20 million already. Log.
Pretty good. I don't really measure my build in damage per second right now. I measure my build in damage per hit, and it's about 700,000 to a mil.
There you go. Gotta bonk him.
Yeah, it's like DPB. No, that is not what I wanted to do. Okay. So.
What are you? What the heck? Why are you so tinky? What? What are you? You're on the map. What? I mean, you dropped a bunch of stuff. Okay, whatever. Weird.
Oh wait, can you not? How am I? Oh, I found it.
Oh, I wasn't holding E. No wonder I wasn't dying.
Mm-hmm.
Forgot that, like, sometimes you can trick yourself into not accidentally holding your Path of Flame down.
Yes.
Rhythm, what's this?
Mm.
Triggers one linked activated skills
Yes.
every 7 point. Does it like. What? I don't get it.
No, it just triggers your skill.
Oh, and I can put it here instead?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh. That's convenient. Huh. Hella convenient. Okay. Oh. That, all right. You can abuse that. Wait a second here.
Cool. So I have edited my loot filter. You know, I should edit it one more time. Edit. Create. I'll make it this blue. Wait, do I have to tie this to a base or can I just make it anything? Type gear. Right. Let's see. I think I have officially made a custom filter. That's basically
Fuck.
just the default filter with 2 edits. I should see very quickly if it worked. So I told it to highlight anything with life on it. And lightning wands, and I immediately get a lightning wand. Okay, it's working. Cool. I won't say the UI is perfect, and to be fair, neither will XD. They even said it needs work, and to judge them gently. But what I will say is, it was quite easy to use.
I mean, I'll be honest, all of their past UI sins have been forgiven thanks to the craft again button, so I can't really bitch right now. So
The craft again button's really good.
such a simple addition.
Yep.
The big scary seahorse.
It's friendly. I swear.
Let it hug you.
Yeah, exactly. It just wants a hug.
I love how it says never-ending nightmares hunting you. Thanks for making me sleep well at night.
Yeah. You'll sleep like a baby from now on.
I mean, I will. I dropped an FE.
Mhm.
Dreams do come true. Oh. Lethal Brilliance. What's this one? Show up
Really
in a
good for
fancier
demo
color.
skills.
I see the word shock, and I instantly tune out.
Oh wait, wrong. No, lethal something else for demo skills. Names are hard sometimes. But it's okay.
Moment. Finally, a 3-socket one. Let's go.
Yeah, it seems like the playstyle is basically just charge, explode on Rosa.
How it's all slam build should be like.
Let's see, the game wants me to challenge for next hero trial, but I'm not gonna because it just gives a couple skill points that I don't really need now. But I am about to conquer a Steel Forge Watcher. Yes, follow the Maxwell guide until 80.
And by then, I'll probably have the video out for you to respec into. That'll be probably when I wake up. Oh,
I
wait.
don't know.
Oh, go ahead.
Leveling to 80 doesn't take that long. I've been going slow, and I'm at 5 hours 34 minutes, and within an hour I could have it.
Well, if I get a little bit farther, I might actually post it tonight. It just depends how fast I get this done.
Yeah, that someone could easily hit 80 by the time you get up.
Oh no, they'll have to play the Shadow Shot build just for a little bit longer and have to actually spend like maybe like what, two FEs to
No,
respec.
early it's actually kind of expensive. I wouldn't.
Oh,
advise
is it? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I really? Oh, okay.
Last season, a full.
I guess I
respec,
never really had a problem with it.
So last season, a full respec early would be 12 FE, which is still not like that bad, but it's definitely a noticeable step up from what it costs later. Also, why is this guy not?
Wait, do we have imports yet?
Yes.
Oh, thank fucking God. Okay, all right. We're good then. We're fine. I could make a video very quick. If I don't have to manually do it, yep, I can make a video. Thank God.
It's build code, which I don't know quite where that is, but yes, we do.
Oh, thank God.
They added it this season.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, like, if I had to manually do it, different. Dragon Slayer's notes. Which one's this one?
The other thing is, you make someone a build guide. So, like, it not only copies the stuff. Where is that feature? Okay, it's not here.
What's the chest? I keep seeing the chest and the reward. Is that just generic rewards? And like the, what is it? Like the Huntress ones, or like when I'm doing the reward tile thingies, it shows a chest instead of like commodity or whatever. What does the chest mean? Is it just random?
I forget.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just curious. It seems like it's just random loot.
It could just be a random loot thing. I forget where the build code is. I know it's somewhere. Oh, wait, is it account code? It's probably account code. Except, I don't know where you import it in game. I know there's a way to.
no corresponding data.
Oh, here we go. Enter build code. Oh, never mind. Never mind, the build code thing is not what you use. Wait, so... Okay, cool.
How do I do that? Wait, what? Okay, so where do I go again?
All right, we found it. It is under recommend
Recommend
all.
Wait, recommend all.
Then my creations.
Create build.
Mm-hmm. I'm just
And
going
then-
to delete this quickly because this was just a test, and now I'm going to actually create Rosa.
And then I don't have to put a description in, right?
You
Oh,
can
here it is. And then share build code, right? Share. Wait, what? There you go, broski. Sealing my secrets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I killed the game. No, no! That's what I get for sharing. Oh no! It actually crashed.
Really?
Oh, I entered the dream and it crashed.
Yeah. All right. Well, there we go. Build has been uploaded.
Get stuff from the floor.
Yeah. Yep. Just get stuff from the floor. That was not me being very serious. I'll delete it
know.
later.
I know.
But you know what? Someone's gonna see that and they're gonna laugh. Also, hopefully you didn't just crash someone's.
What do you mean? What the fuck, Gabriel? Are you looking at my stuff? Calling me crazy?
Or the game just exploded, which is entirely possible.
Oh, it's working for me now.
Well, that's good.
I logged back in. Yeah, it's fine now. Okay. It just died for a second. All right, whatever.
Whatever. It's new. It's still way easier.
I mean, this is the first time it's crashed, and I'm level 78, so like, ooh.
Yeah. Oh, wait, it wasn't specifically related to the planar stuff?
Yeah, it wasn't. I just went into a map, tried to click
No.
on the nightmare thing, and then it kicked me
I don't
out.
know. It crashed Gabe.
It was just an Unreal Engine bug. Oh, it did it to you too? Try reloading. It said Unreal Engine related to me.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I mean, the game uses Unreal Engine, so any crash error like that is going to be an Unreal error.
Oh, well, I got the remove ad up quality one early. Sexy. Let's go. Yes. Oh, did it work this time, Gabriel? Hopefully it worked. Otherwise, I'm sending malware to people. My build's too hot.
Too cold, you mean? I'm sorry, I had to.
It's your stream. Otherwise, I'd ban you.
But I'm gonna try this now.
Oh, I'm 2400 life already? How'd that happen? Oh, God. Pug. Imagine actually investing into life on the tree. Couldn't be me.
Imagine.
There's so many other good things. Why would I ever do that?
See, Gabriel appreciates my jokes.
And I gave him a build. God damn.
Yes, the new season is out, Krendor.
No, it's not out. This is a figment of your imagination. Tenkiei never streams this late, so you're just daydreaming. I don't know.
What do you mean late? It's super early for Krendor.
Oh, is it? I don't know where he's from, so. I mean, it is 2 a.m. What?
We're from the US, which is why it's quite late for us. And getting to the point where
I'll be honest, this is how long I always stay up, to be honest. I usually stay up like this because I sleep when my wife is at work so that I wake up when she's home. It's called time maxing, Gotta get it all out because when she gets home, you spend time with her, right? And then after all that's done, then you have the whole night to play, obviously, or work, Sorry.
maybe a bit of both. Oh,
Wait.
Thank you very much for the 14 months, Krendor.
Okay, so if you have the bubble that upgrades whenever you add one or whatever, if you add multiple bubbles with like one card or one thing, it doesn't upgrade multiple times. It's per instance. So
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool.
Yeah, it's a reasonably early, but still fine 10 for Krendor. Right. So I now have play safe.
Are you proud of me, Tenki? I'm third on .Yuga right now
Nice.
for a hero ranking for the US. I'm
I
not going to check the Asian one because I don't want. I want to feel happy about myself. I even have XP pets this time because I got a few. YouTube's recommended me your streams.
I'm very confused. So, Kuroko, can you confirm you are a person and not a robot?
Wait, I know how to deal with robots. Can you tell me which one of these squares contains a bicycle in it? Oh, wait, shit, wrong one. It was very interesting. So earlier when I was testing the restreaming, I was playing some LE because I was just waiting to play Torchlight, so I was bored, right? So I was like, fuck it, why not? I was just doing it to test. And people couldn't grasp the fact that I don't want to test things in offline because I waited years and years to be able to play online for LE, and I went to play online and I don't want to have to play offline.
I would say
kinda
yes.
funny.
So far, the season is pretty good. Also, as it turns out, when you have no actual investment into your skill doesn't do damage. So I should probably put this on here for some actual spell damage. It's still probably not going to do damage, but I just wanted to see how easy it was to maintain orbs. It is really easy to maintain orbs.
Yeah. To give you a good expectation, Krendor, I was kind of on an emo trip when it came to Torchlight, but this league is good enough for me to come back, Kappa.
Right. And because I don't think I have the energy to actually play this yet.
Yeah.
I just wanted to test maintaining orbs with multiple skills. And how is my mana cost still so high? Did I? I'm just gonna cheat. Oh no, I already have all the skill cost stuff. Okay.
Wait. Does Path of Flames hit? I can't remember.
I do not believe so.
Wait, no, it does. Yeah, passes through. Yeah, you have to pass through them. Okay.
Oh,
yep. There you go. Yep.
Oh, I thought you meant the puddle thingies. Those don't hit.
Yeah. Was emo to the extreme and hit Torchlight? I'm hopping on. Shut up, Krendor. Give you a moment of weakness, and you took advantage of it. Oh, it's a 10-second cooldown. That's why. Oh. Only lasts for 5 seconds? Wait, I have way better duration than that. It should be fine. I have cooldown too. Okay, it should be fine. Oh. What I dropped.
What did you drop?
Oh. Oh, never mind. It's the mage assistant substitute. Never mind.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh. I thought it was the gloves.
Nope.
Wrong one. Jed, what's your in-game name? Right now, it's Tenkei's gonna laugh at this.
Oh no.
Milky suck my wee. So it's Milky suck my and then W-E-E. Yeah, it is. Yep.
No, poor Milky.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe I shouldn't do the extra beam stuff. You know what? I'm gonna take off Scattershot Beam here. Put on Psychic Burst here.
Oh, movement speed.
Because this way I should be able to see. Okay, yes, I can very easily maintain full orbs. Good. That's what I wanted to test. I just wanted to see how easy it was to get to full orbs. For when I actually respec later. I may just keep playing this for a while, or the ground shaker stuff. I don't know. I'll probably respec at 80. It doesn't really make that much sense to not respec at 80.
Yeah.
The thing is, as much as the lightning beam stuff is cool, now I'm like, there's so many other cool things on Rosa. Do I still play the lightning beam? Or do I change my
You have the
plans?
time to play all these things while also still staying afloat financially. That's a good question, huh? See, I caught you. You had to think about it. That's the problem, huh?
With the trade house, it's very hard to tell.
Oh no, I was making a joke about Torchlight content on YouTube. I meant actually financially afloat. It was a joke.
No, it's a poor joke.
I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Very poor joke.
I know. I was gonna follow that up with another one, but I'm not.
Definitely don't.
Commodities. Hell yeah. Let's go.
Alright. What was I going to do to go back to Ground Shaker? Alright, swap the weapon. Cool.
Wait, you know what? That's my payback for your pun earlier. You know what? There. Fair. Now we're even. How's that sound?
I mean, Seething Rahan should be pretty good. And no, you owe me significantly for that one. That goes way farther than the pun.
Fine. I know, it's personal. No wonder he's called Dreadful. I see we have a comedian in the house today.
Yes. Yes, we do.
I bet you somewhere, someplace, there's a seething Rayhan that named himself Dora the Explorer.
I mean,
You know,
probably.
backpack, you know.
That sounds about right. I mean,
God, the freaking bosses that drop like 40 plus flame sand.
yep.
You will not pressure me into buying the battle pass. Ah,
I mean,
I will press my A button.
Most of the time they drop in stacks, though.
Not for the boss thing, for the Nether Realm.
I thought for one that said bosses drop flame sand does.
Nope. Literally dropped all over the floor in
Oh.
individual pieces. See, the greed box was nice enough to drop it in a stack.
Yeah, that's what I was probably thinking of then. So 3 on the chance to block, 1 on the chance to block Fizz. Crit. That's a long time to be waiting on PC parts.
Oh no, we're almost to the point of no return. Level 80. Well, actually, it's 81, right? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
it's 81.
Fine if I have to make a video. Record this boss footage.
Okay. Open wounds, and then I'm just going to grab ranger stuff again. Dread
What?
leveled in like 6.5 hours. Oh,
Yeah,
that's
since the start, yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's actually kind of slow in comparison to like some other people. Ugh.
Yeah, I think Milky was there like 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
I would be there faster if I didn't do respec stuff, but sometimes there's important things. Like figuring out,
You were too busy having philosophical conversations, sir.
hey, those were great. I
I
regret
know
nothing.
they're great. I agree, but that's why you're late. You
I rest my case on regretting nothing.
know who's really regretting stuff right now?
The
GGG with the stupid frickin' projectile abyss private league thing.
wait, I messed up. What was I supposed to take? There's something that had skill cost stuff in a node that I didn't take.
You know that conversation that Chris had with about the thing we care about the most is about the integrity of the economy and all that?
Yep.
That's definitely riding the line of that.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're just going to shut it down.
Well, they already removed it, remember?
Yeah.
They already removed it, yeah.
But I mean, just completely get rid of not only that, but some of the stuff people farmed.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Because it's very obvious when someone does that.
Yeah. Squires hit 1 div today because of it.
Yep. And that's where you go and you get a hammer and you get a hammer and you get a hammer and everyone gets a hammer. All right. Okay. Problem solved. I like how my DPS is basically nothing, but my bonks are huge. Let's see if I broke my build somehow. It's entirely possible that I did with a double respec.
It's like one of the little quips from the nightmare. It says like, don't rush, don't rush. And I'm like, you don't have the giant maniacal seahorse chasing you. Screw you.
Or do rush. The seahorse will definitely. The seahorse will not wait for anyone. Ooh. Well, I definitely took damage there. Well, that's good to know. You know, I kind of wonder, what happens if I just put on a big old two-handed mallet? This cannot possibly be a good idea, right? Oh, I can't see any of my stats. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, is that why I died? Wait, is my map just bricked because my stats aren't loading? All right, I'm going to relog. Oh, game crash. Fatal error.
I'm not.
Oh.
I'm not the only one.
That was weird. Also, it's quite late. We're going to be wrapping this up soon.
Oh yeah.
I will maybe get to 80. Maybe not.
2% from 80.
My game is stuck at 14% loading.
Oh, the nightmare was 69, but my actual map's 72. Okay, so it follows the same rules. Gotcha. Okay. As all the other mechanics.
Yeah, the game does not want to log me back in right now.
Oh no.
This might be where I call the stream and just go to bed, because I was going to go to bed in a couple levels anyway. Yeah. But hey, never mind.
Wait. Oh.
It does not want me to go to bed.
It's like, damn you. You need to play a little bit longer, so you're tempted to buy MTX, Tenkiei.
I already have MTX. What are you talking?
I know, right?
Okay. No, if anything, it's more of just, it just works now. Let's see.
It just works.
Yeah, like Todd Howard intended.
It's okay. You'll be able to witness my first corrode of the night.
So what I wanted to check was my block chance. What is my block chance? Because I think you can block with two-handed weapon if you have chance. Yes.
See you later, Mr. Krendor.
Have a good morning, Krendor. You can. So if I craft this. Wait, cancel. Fizz, please. Area damage, you know. Area
What
damage
boon I spend? What do you mean, Gabriel?
I'd guess what boon to roll on.
I'm confused. I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. I'm dead in the brain.
Pets.
Oh,
And-
pets? Pfft. I don't know. That's not a question for me. Yeah, that's not a question for me. I literally just have my free to play pets, and I use the res ones. I use the XP ones. Those are the ones I usually use.
I tend to like res and defenses as well.
Yeah.
But if you're going to go for something, go for loot.
Yeah, go for the seasonal pet specifically if you're gonna like just try to get something for some reason. Because sadly that is a thing.
Oh, man. Having
fun rolling that item?
I've rolled over like 2 good things. And I'm clearly not awake enough to be rolling this anymore.
No, you're all good, Gabriel. I'm just so tired.
Yeah.
I just forgot because I haven't played in forever, so I'm just like I'm not thinking about that. Okay, we cannot use wilting beam here. We have to use Path of the Flame because I need to be mobile because this guy does a lot of damage. Oh, okay. All right, we can get this done.
Oh, I see the problem. I don't have enough energy, even though I swapped the thing with more energy. Aha! So I can fix this.
Oh god, the erosion.
Alright, there's way more energy. I wanted to see how bad it was to not have a shield on Rosa. This is going to be my last experiment of the night. Alright, well this is definitively slow, so we're definitely swapping off of this after one map. But how big are the bonks? I mean, I guess the bonks aren't that much bigger. Probably because I run out of mana, so I need another point in Shadow Dancer? Yeah. There we go. Okay, for science. Wait, I can go back in now. This is probably going to be terrible. Just warning you now, chat. If you're expecting this to be good, it's not going to be. Oh my god, it's so bad. Okay, yes, I'm going back to the sword immediately. This feels terrible. Wait, was that a 5 million bonk? Okay. Well, I mean, at least the bonk number's big, but oh god. The hammer feels terrible. We are going back to the sword. Who would have thought that not using a shield on a shield character is bad?
Oh god, we got him. Oh, the level 80 guy, he's always a bitch.
Yes. Like, look at how much faster I attack now.
Faster.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's
okay. I'm getting deleted now. I'm too tired for this.
Alright, I am gonna hop off though. I'll talk to you later, Mr. Tenkiei.
Talk to you later.
Have a good rest of your evening, sir.
Thank you. I'm definitely going to hop off after this as well because I've just died to very dumb things twice. Also, I'm pretty sure I broke something in my build in the testing, and I'm too tired to remember how to fix it.
It's okay. You can fix it when you wake up. That's the beauty of the respec system.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say, I'm just going to not hit level 80 right now, find someone to raid, go to bed, get some sleep, and fix it in the morning and have an actual functional build.
Yep. I'll talk to you later. See ya.
Talk to you later. Yep, thanks for tuning in. I'll be here for just another minute because I do want to finish this map. Yeah, I think I broke something in the tinkering. The talents. But it's fine. Fixing it is tomorrow's problem. I'm thinking of just playing this character on stream, so there may be, another stream with more builds tomorrow. There may even be a short video about how easy it was to level and how chill it was. We'll see. I don't know about that video coming out early, though. Might be a later in the day kind of thing. Possibly. Though, content creators do need sleep, so. Oh. Yeah, I definitely broke something because I wasn't dying at all before, and now I'm just constantly dying. All right. Maybe the game will give me an FE for my pain. Nope. Nope, it did not. It's okay, though. We're out of here. We completed it. We will fix things in the morning. But thank you to everyone who tuned in. I hope you enjoyed. If you're playing the season, good luck. And if not, I will see you again soon. Yes, you can level with Frost Terra. You might have to adapt the build a little bit, but it is possible. Yeah, with that, I'm off. So thank you for watching, and I'll